And we are live. I hope. Yes, we are. Cool. Hello, everybody. Hello.
Hi.
Hello. Welcome to the Drunken Storytellers Twitch channel, where tonight we're going to play it wrong, basically. We're playing some Vampire the Masquerade, set in the year 2021. 2121, not 2021. 2121. Dystopian future. Got some really fun players with us tonight. We've got 2 returning players that we've had before, and 2 new faces. So this is going to be well, I think it's going to go sideways very, very quickly. This, but we'll see. So we will go clockwise round to see how I'm seeing it on the screen at the moment. So we'll start with Fiona.
Oh,
Introduce yourself and your character, actually. Give us a bit of background as to who you are playing as well.
Oh, what? Improvise it right now. Okay, great. Hello, everyone. My name is Fiona. Yeah, exactly. My name is Fiona, and tonight I will be playing Mariana Brooke, spoken word poet. You may have heard of me. I am what they call them, a toreador vampire, and essentially any spoken word, any sort of poetry, any beat thing you may have heard, any little ditty, that's from me, babe. I have it all right here, and I can give you any poem at any time, anywhere. And I regularly perform. You can follow me on Instagram or any of the social media channels or futuristic social media channels, which I will put in now. Edit, and then we'll just hang out and stuff. And please book me. I'm always here for gigs. Thank you very much.
Yeah, and you are so
the
totally
freaking worst.
Yep. Next up, going the same way around, we have a new player with us. This is Paul. So, Paul, do you want to introduce yourself and who you are playing?
Hi, so my name's Paul, and I am playing Jake. Jake is a La Sombra, which is going to be entertaining in a cyberpunk setting. So Jake, I run with one of the local graffiti gangs. So if you've seen, you might have seen our tags around the city. They particularly like the fact that I can get to some of the harder to get places to help push our rebellious penchant, Viva la Revolution. Yes, yes, I'm generally told to stay well away from the techie side of our lair.
We've blown the TV aerial too many times now. It's just.
I was over there.
God damn it! We need Channel 5. It's the best channel out there. And it's not quite there, but it's we're going round and then up a little bit into the middle. We have the audioless voice of Mr. Tom Moore. So, Tom, introduce yourself.
Hey, I'm Tom, and also I'm Flex. I hope you're all fine and well, because otherwise I would have to patch you up, like, I don't know, something I found on the street or in our maybe somewhat secret clinic. I don't know. You know, the place they bring the people who are fighting the good fight and are fucked over by the freaking SI and stuff like this. So for the most part, I'm there. I really enjoy noise. The noise is great. Everybody should have more noise in their life. And I really missed the good old times, as there were more of my clan alive, more my Kelvians, and we had these nice chats, but there's just silence right now, and I could really, have some people speaking with me. That would be nice. Maybe we could have a chat later and a drink. And oh fuck, where are my meds? Just take this. Just take this, and everything will be all right. Trust me, I'm not a doctor.
Brilliant. Yeah. So we have our Malkavian, who has a bit of an issue with the fact that there aren't many Malkavians left.
A real ASMR voice. I'm loving that.
Yeah. And lastly, we have the wonderful Ben. So introduce yourself and your character.
So I'm Ben, and tonight I will be playing Alexei Popovici, ex-Spetsnaz and Samichi clan. I am figurehead in revolution against SI and have been fight for long time now. Very, very long time.
And yes, we have our relative Samichi. Cool, right. So this is Vampire. This is Vampire the Masquerade. We are using the V5 rule set, but I have absolutely butchered the setting. And I will read that in a second. But because this is Vampire the Masquerade, we are running a horror game. There will be blood, shall we say. Possibly a lot of blood in this game. There will be horror. There will be scenes that probably make you feel a little bit uncomfortable. We as a group have gone through some lines and veils. We have a safe word in place as well. So if any of you or get uncomfortable, please do either use the safe word, drop it in the chat, speak it out loud, message me personally, and we'll deal with it and then carry on, or take a break if we need to. Those of you who are watching, if things get too upsetting for you or go too far, please do feel, if you feel the need to, do take a break, and you can come back to the stream later on, or you can come back and watch it on YouTube when you feel that you are ready to face the night. So yes, we are playing a horror game, and there is a content warning on this game. And so with that, let us begin. First off, we shall have a bit of background on the setting as to where the world has gone 100 years in the future. The year is 2121, and the Masquerade has fallen. The White Tower is no more. The Black Hand have wiped out. The Anarchs broken, and vampire society is extinguished. The world is under an autocratic rule, under the sway of one power, those that nearly wiped the vampires out of existence. What was at one time many different international organizations who could barely share info or help each other is now the ruling elite of a very different world. This is the time of the Protectorate. In 2057, the Sabbat, annoyed at their lack of success in the Gehenna War, being thwarted far too often by remaining in the shadows, they spread the war to the bright lights of the night streets. They fought in the open, manic and egotistical, that they could destroy the White Tower, destroy the antediluvians, and stave off the Second Inquisition. How wrong were they? So wrong that they nearly caused the entire vampire species to be wiped out completely. Innocents began to fall, and the night became a war zone. The living were forced to hide from the new terror in the streets. At first it was mayhem, and the Second Inquisition, in its disparate and uncoordinated separate entities, struggled to have any impact on the brutality that was painting the moon red. Eventually, though, whether it was one man or a group, something brought those now not so secret vampire hunting units together. It was slow at first, but within 2 years they were all connected, working under a new shadow government, the Protectorate, based out of the UN in Geneva. The tide slowly turned. Intel was shared worldwide. New weapons and armor were designed to bring down the Kindred. Slow at first to stem the flow of the world's arterial blood. But what was at one time a two-front war between the Black Hand of the Sabbat and the White Tower of the Camarilla morphed into a three-front war involving the Protectorate. It got bloody. Whole cities were wiped out, both kindred and humans gone. With their abilities to hunt in the daylight, the Protectorate soldiers started to gain an upper hand, destroying coterie and council, princes and primogens, hunting down every kindred they could find, dragging them out into the sun to be burnt alive in front of the civilians. A brutal lockdown was placed on the living. Anyone found out after sundown without special authorization was shot on sight. Underground networks, though, through the sewers began to open up. Whole underground cities of black market dealers and bars grew. As the war raged in the streets, the population took to the sewers, unaware they were as unsafe as the streets above. The Nosferatu did not take kindly to their lair being inhabited. Many of these underground towns would be torn apart by the Orlocks. Blood drenched the bars and stalls. Above, the Sombra ruthlessly hunted for their ability to knock out surveillance drones. The Malkavians captured and tortured for their connections and knowledge of others in the web. The Tremere, Hecata, and Simichi burnt as soon as they were found, seen as abominations and witches. All clans were hunted. None were spared. In the year 2082, 4 years after the last major confrontation between the Protectorate and the Kindred, questions were being asked as to why they were still in control. And a voice started to rise up. A man by the name of Killian Dupree started to question. He gathered a following and asked why they were still shut up at night if the Kindred had gone. On December the 25th, his body was found drained of blood and tied to a post in the centre of Times Square. A note round his neck read, "We are gone. But we are not gone, we are just biding our time." This quieted most questions, but some believed that it was the Protectorate who did this. The Kindred, however, had not disappeared. They had just become so few that it was easier for them to hide. A growing criminal sewer underworld also helped. Certain organisations were more than happy to hide someone and not ask questions. Beneficial arrangements for both parties were arranged. Not telling the Protectorate where they were hiding for the removal of a rival. They were uneasy alliances brokered, and much backstabbing entailed. No one trusted anyone, but it allowed for the few remaining Kindred to survive. Few were able to make it on their own, looking to find coteries, looking to find a feeble connection here or there, or just the small drop of blood. On the surface, the world had changed. Daily blood checks were mandatory for all citizens, once in the morning and once at night. People were stopped on the street and randomly tested. Conformity to the rules, the only rule. A wavering from the truth would lead to a detention and punishment, sent to work the fields outside of the city walls, the land of the werewolves. The remaining cities grew rapidly in size, bursting at the seams. It was only a matter of time before something gave. In 2119, the metropolis of New Manchester collapsed. 5 billion people living in confinement under martial law. It all went to shit. It started with a small food riot as resources began to dwindle. The Protectorate were not quick enough to put it down and quickly overwhelmed the rioters. And once people saw that they could take on the Protectorate, the powder keg erupted. New Manchester erupted into civil war. A new kind of guerrilla warfare was born on the streets, the Protectorate not having the manpower to stop such large uprisings, but the population afraid of the weapons brought to bear on them. It became a war of technology versus cunning. The Kindred, sensing an opportunity here, offered their services to the rebellion. The Sombra able to disable the tech, the Nosferatu able to sneak into places unseen, the brutality of the gangrel in the scrap, and the Bruja stocking the flames of the corpse. Sorry. A new world of violence has arisen, but within the war a new hope was emerging for the Kindred, fighting back against the force that nearly destroyed them. Though still few in number and still having to remain hidden, a path was being forged. Many of the living still feared the Kindred and would likely attack them as with much further as the Protectorate. And as with times past, there are those who are willing subjects in the hope that one day they might be given the kiss. And this is the world in which you find yourself now. And you find themselves in a new part of New Manchester, having to always be on the move and not being tied down to a place, because the Protectorate can find you and will find you if you remain still. You found yourself in a new town, the town of Little Summit. This is an underground sewer town, much like any other town that you've been to. And you've been there for about a week. You've managed to set up your own little haven. That's the word I'm looking for. So, having been there for a week, what does your haven look like? So I'm going to let you guys describe this now. I've just spoken for far too long. So what does your haven look like? What is this underground sewer town, rat hole infested room that you call home look like? I'll give you each 2 or 3 sentences you can add to it. And we'll go the opposite way around this time. We'll start with Ben. You can give us a few sentences and we'll go the other way around.
So Alexi's background being, military secrets, sort of special forces, though perhaps this is not the most aesthetically pleasing, Alexi will have gone around with sheet metal and sandbags and things that make this a nightmare to invade for people. Alexi's concern is protecting our little coterie, even if that doesn't necessarily convey pleasant environs for everyone.
Ooh, it'll be interesting when we get to Mariana as to how she feels about your
I already know that Mariana and Alexi have a complicated relationship.
Not complicated, I'd say more difficult.
We'll come to
Antagonistic
this in
then.
a second, and it's probably not also. I'm just know that this is all going to go wrong with you two around.
I don't know what you mean.
Flex, how have you made this Haven part welcoming to you? What have you done to the Haven?
Well, I was quite surprised that Alexi brought some very good furniture to our home and then started using it as fortification. Because I really like my sandbag bed. And if you just let out enough sand, they muffle sound very well. And because I'm a very considerate person, I nailed plenty half-full sandbags to my walls to not annoy my roommates with the amount of sound that is most of the time within my room. So the second most important equipment that or piece of furniture that I own is a very old, because they're resilient towards certain people's problems with technology, Wi-Fi station. And I'm just playing whatever I can get my hands on. It has 2 decks, and they are playing all the time simultaneously.
I
Also,
imagine one's playing Spice Girls and one is playing something like hardcore techno. Just to...
probably, if that's what's there, I don't know. It's
Alexi
just like,
has taken to, in protest, occasionally drilling things for no reason other than to not hear Spice Girls again.
But it fits the beats per minute.
God's why?
so, I think we have this kitchen, and I don't think anybody of us needs a kitchen. So we probably tore out some of the kitchen furniture to make more room. And I am trying to remind everybody that making it a nice area for everyone is important, that everybody has to take part in it. Everybody has to make this place pretty, so we are feeling welcomed as we come home.
You know what the requirement is for things to be comfortable? You to be alive. Comfort is incredibly dependent on you being alive.
Right. Let's move on to the next section of the Haven. We have discovered how to soundproof a room in the future. We've discovered how to bomb-proof a house. What is the La Sombra, Jake, going to do?
Well, I was going to say that obviously my room would be on the opposite side to Flex's, for both kind of both from a kind of technological point of view and also from a noise point of view. But then he mentioned that he was playing the Spice Girls. So I feel like I might occasionally saunter a little closer. But I kind of, I've made a game of seeing how close I can get before it starts upsetting his sound system.
Occasionally you hear out the door from Flex, "Oi, Jake, get away!"
Over there.
My personal space, I think, is kind of basically a bedroll, a small bookcase, which holds a couple of very, very carefully kind of procured tomes and my Darren Brown tarot deck. It's an original. I paid a lot of money for that, and
it works every single time.
And then the other thing that I have is, of course, my beautiful spray paints and my mask that I wear purely for appearance's sake, because I don't actually need it, because I don't actually breathe. But it keeps the rest of the gang happy, so I wear it. So yes.
Cool.
I feel like I might, as a peacekeeping offering, have kind of got the gang to get hold of some throws for me that I would have kind of handed to Mariana and gone, there we go, I don't actually know what to do with these.
Lovely.
Like those tie-dye things that you used to get in Affleck's Palace. And like,
yes, absolutely.
Brilliant. And now the Toreador, the one who likes pretty things.
Right. So I might have been late to the moving in party because I had like a lot of books and everyone took like their own little cubby holes and stuff. So I thought, fine, I'll take the biggest space, which is in fact the living room / kitchen, which is the central bit in between all three of these bits. And somebody took part of the kitchen, that's fine. I took the other half of the kitchen as my welcome area. And essentially all the bits of metal we've got now, you know, lovely capped on, it has affirmation posters on it saying, live, laugh, love. Mariana, live in concert. Or, you know, literally any picture we have is like a portrait of myself in some guise. and don't think, Jake, don't think you had a bookcase, yes? All that bookcase, you put in your little tomes, that's very sweet. The rest of the bookcase is filled with my books. But they're all books that I've written.
Okay, I will tolerate that because they're books.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
It pleases me, so that's fine.
If you lore.
Yes, if you try and read it, you'll find it. Every single one of them is signed. Like as I said, to Jake, much love, Mariana. To Jake, warmest regards, at Mariana. All of them that fit in that bookcase, they're all yours, all
Excellent.
Signed.
Oh, I'm genuinely touched.
Just keep them there. I might need them later. So yeah, like, essentially, I like the idea that I am the welcome area. Like, I don't have a bed or anything like that. I'm just sat at the table constantly, waiting for people to come in, and I'm like, hello!
Waiting for a very long time.
Oh yeah, all three of them, I assume when they come in from their stuff, they just go straight to their rooms, and I'm like, oh, good talking. I'm fine, thanks for asking! But yeah, that's my contribution. I prettified the place with stuff about me.
Cool. Excellent. So
that's great. I probably stole some of these books, and because I dreaded the day that Alexi's and Mariana's tempers might clash, I prepared some of them. I took out the for Jake note and rewrote for Alexi in them, and I stashed them in a secret corner in my room just to pull them out in the last second to avoid a major fallout.
You know, there's that meme of saying, it says, say, what's the one sentence you say that people know you've been taken or kidnapped? That's what it is for Mariana. To Alexi, best wishes, Mariana.
At some point, you're going to need me to jump in front of a bullet for you. And I'm not going to.
Cool.
I wouldn't ask anyway.
Right, we are going to come to the point of the first dice roll of the game. So we've had within this future dystopian world, food is a little bit hard to come by for you. Feeding and drinking blood is a little bit hard to come by. So you're actually all going to start at hunger 2.
Mm-hmm.
It's a one shot. I want you to go crazy. But also, it's the evening. You have just woken up from your nap. So please, can you all make me a rouse check to see if you get hungry. So this is just 1d10, and you need a 6 or more, and you are fine. If you get below 6, you get hungry, which is a really bad thing to happen at this time.
I got an 8.
I'm fine.
I am not.
Oh dear.
Jake is in trouble.
Sure.
Flex?
Not fine at all.
Oh god, the voices. You're missing the sounds. So you wake up from your sleep, Alexi. You are like, cool. Yeah, no, good night's sleep. A little bit hungry, no more than usual. You go out and I'm guessing you're going to go out and check on the defences, make sure nothing's gone wrong.
Absolutely.
Cool. And Mariana, you move to the welcome room, get a cup of coffee, and kind of smile and ready and welcome people with a happy, shiny face. And I will deal with Flex and Jake in a minute with their hunger. We'll just see how Mariana and Alexi deal with each other first thing in the evening.
Oh, good evening, Alexi. How are you this fine, fine day?
How are you this chipper? You literally just woke up.
Oh, as I always say, twist the spines, enter the eyes. And you see behind her, there's a brand new poster, which she clearly has just painted. I'm
Did
experimenting.
You add another one?
Another what?
I am living in propaganda town. I've got hang in there and you are worth
Classic.
it. And
Classic. I just, thought we should have a bit more of a vibe, a bit more of a, like sort of
is
out
bunker
there.
in sewer.
But it's
is last safe space.
But maybe, Alexis, and I'll put my hand on his shoulder, maybe it's our forever home.
How tall is Mariana?
Tiny compared to you.
Yeah, Alexi, who is this like big, broad Russian ex-Spetsnaz sort of thing. So you're literally probably having to do this.
Yep. Oh yeah. Unfazed.
I must say, full credits. The rugs do look nice this way.
Thank you. I put a lot of hard work into it.
I know you did. Where are others?
I don't know. Well, come, you can sit with me and we can find out if they're here. Sit
fine.
patiently.
Alexi sits down and just like, or very automatically, sort of hands need something to do, is sharpening, like knives and laying them on like the
not
the
on
coffee
the table.
Is best place for them.
Get a cloth or something.
Of course I put down cloth. I don't want to damage the knife again.
Right.
So yeah, just sharpening knives and disassembling and reassembling sort of the pistol sort of thing.
Oh, brilliant.
Just tutting from Mariana every sort of while she's behind a book which has her face on it.
Ironically in the tutting face.
Yeah, absolutely.
You just put the book up in front of your face and it's just the exact same expression.
Yeah. I feel your shame.
Okay,
There we go.
Cool. Well, these two are having their lovers' spat. Jake, you wake up from an uncomfortable sleep. The Spice Girls and the techno were not doing it for you this night, or during the day. You were sleeping. It was uncomfortable. The abyss was gnawing at you, and you wake up hungry. You can feel your beast within you starting to scratch at you. Your brain is starting to tick and your body is starting to twitch. You are hungry. How do you... And in very, very stereotypical vampire fashion, how do you feel?
Nervous, upset, crabby. And I can hear the... we'll not call it an altercation from the living room. I think I would kind of peer out, perhaps, and note what was going on, and then I might kind of retreat to my bookcase and rifle through the selection of books that are there, and pick out a particular tome that has a picture of Mariana's face, but smiling, and walk out and hand this to her and say, I need you to have this face tonight.
So much.
Yeah, Jerry and Mel and Baby and Posh were not doing it for me last night.
Happily take my own book.
And I'll just kind of sit.
Mariana has painted new poster. It's talk.
There's one for you, and I'll point to Jake's door, and behind it says, "Everything in my life has a purpose."
Wait, we each have own poster? You spent time painting poster for each of us?
Don't ruin it for Flex. Flex is gonna come out. He's gonna see theirs. They're gonna love theirs.
Yep. And so we'll move on to Flex. Last night for you, or last night during the day was not good for you. Again, it was an uncomfortable sleep. The silence that was once full of so many voices. It was especially brutally silent last night. To drown out this silence, you turned up your music loud, drowning in your ears, that it actually drained you. You feel worn out. You wake up hungry, hungrier than you are normally, and you can feel the beast gnawing at the back of your brain, the back of your head, clawing out to try and break out, to try and get free. You need to be fed soon, or things could go bad. So you wake up with this hunger. How do you feel? I'm hopefully not going to say that too often during this game. I don't want it to be true, like 90s.
You could also ask,
V5.
how does make this you feel?
How does, yeah.
But just with better grammar. So,
you are forgiven.
This makes me unhealthily worried about my friends. Because I have my secret blood stash. They don't. If I'm hungry, they must be hungry as well, right? I can't, no, not tonight. I can't put up with them going up the walls this night. I find back to my clear plan as I feel the sand running down my hand as I tore open one of the sand sacks on the wall. Then I do this, what my poor therapist tells me all the time, and I'm reminding myself to breathe. I'm envisioning having a pulse. And this makes me just a little bit calmer. I get over to the blood packs I smuggled away from the clinic. I pick them up. I go through the door. I enter the living area. I walk up to all three of them. I push a blood pack into their chest and say, "Drink."
Can I also just quickly ask, when you go through this meditation technique and you imagine yourself having a pulse and calming yourself down, how does this affect... I think Paul knows what I'm about to say here. I can't remember the name of it now. The name's completely gone out of my mind. What's it called?
Blush of Life.
Bless of Life, that's it. Blush of life.
Yeah.
Because you are imagining having a pulse. You are hunger 3 now. You have less control over the beast. Does this kick off your blush of life?
Do we want to test the devil so early? I don't know.
Do we want to send him to hunger 4 within the first 5 minutes of the game?
I would like, if we are going to go down this road, to roll for it.
I will let you all decide as a group. Do we think it's a wise idea?
No, I think it's a terrible, terrible idea.
I agree with Alexi. No, for the first time, I might add.
Yeah,
You said the jacket looked good on me. You agreed. This happens.
A little white lie.
As much as I think it could be really, really funny, I don't think having Hunger 4
Yeah, this
not
is
at this
literally
point.
30 minutes into the game, 4 minutes into like action. You do not want a character on Hunger 4 already, because the only way we are going to be dealing with that is hunting down the sewer trash and killing them for their blood.
Right way.
Yeah, that will never end well.
Yeah.
Well, the game's obviously going to end completely fine for you, or nothing bad is going to happen at all. It's just going to be a long conversation in the kitchen for the entire session.
Work out all of our
Nice.
problems. Yeah.
It's a group therapy session.
Nice. So drink your fucking blood pack now.
I'm okay. I'm hungry, but I can manage. Maybe you save this for rainy day when you are starving. Eh? I slept okay.
I'm not going to argue. I will drink my blood.
You're right up here, Flint, and I need you way down here, okay? Way down here. And Alexi's eyes just flicker red for a minute. And you notice that beneath the shirt, his body is already covered in plates of armor that were once part of, his rib cage and spine and stuff like that. Take it just down. Okay, buddy? You do good. It's kind thing you do. But you look like you're starving, and Jake already said that, Mariana needs smiley face today, so maybe you two.
No, I think it's what we talk about active listening, Alexi. Jake said he needed my smiley face. I don't need my smiley face. I've always got a smiley face.
I think
Listen,
I think
using your is
English
Alexi.
is second language. I think you are mistaking lack of attention for lack of words. I think your inner white racist is showing again.
Sure. Flex, I thank you so much for this gift, but you didn't need to pay. Yeah, I didn't need this gift. Look, I got you a gift, and you turn around, and on your door is my positivity makes others strive to be positive too, and a little smiley face. Just a bit of art.
She made you art.
Yeah.
I'd like to point out to everyone that I have already tried hiding the paints better, and she still needs to find them.
Cool. Okay. So I'm guessing, Jake, you are going to partake of the blood bag.
I will do.
Cool.
Do I need to spend a will for this?
No, I'm just thinking because it's only a blood bag.
You don't have an iron stomach either, so it's cold.
Yeah.
So will it, or is it a case that I drink it and it just doesn't do any good apart from make me psychologically feel a little bit better?
That's how we'll play it for the moment. You no longer have the anger issues, but you are still hungry, so you'll still be rolling three hunger dice.
Cool. Okay, that sounds good.
Are you going to do the same thing as well, Flex? Are you going to listen to people's advice and calm down, or are you going to punch one of them in the face?
I would never punch my friends in the face. I need them well. Right?
Oh, Flex is the mother hen. I've just realised.
So I will drink and I will glare at them very much. And then I put on my headphones and just sink into something I found the other day.
Well, this is nice, I say, surrounded by very depressed people.
Just a normal day in the Haven. Nothing unusual going on here.
More of my books are out on the table. This is exactly what I wanted. There's definitely like there's different versions, as Jacob said. There's the happy face. There's like a pouty face, and there's like a mock sad face one. In all different volumes.
Oh, brilliant! Cool. Okay, so
the ever forbidden, the sultry face.
Oh, that's not released yet. No.
Beware the sultry face.
Mariana exposed. Anyway. I think there's something that happens now, right?
I think there might be something that happens now. The coffee, the kettle boils. Nice set of sandwiches appear on the table, and you have a nice chat. No. So with Alexei being Samichi, you have a certain band of friends, don't you?
Mm-hmm.
What do you set these to do during the day while you are asleep?
So Alexei is firmly part of the resistance and has been, but actually genuinely believes in it. This is not just fighting for the good of.
So Brujar level of.
He would probably get if there was a Brujar living amongst us. Alexei would probably have an ally, like a very active ally. But Alexei is clearly the only person who recognizes the fact that there are less than 200 of us left, and everyone else is sort of like, I can carry on. But Alexei has been fighting this fight since there was a fight to fight, and before that was fighting, and before that was fighting. So Alexei, this is. In terms of like actual thing, Alexei probably has quite severe PTSD, and is just always in a fight to maintain keeping that level. But
a lot of it's been brought on by Mariana, obviously.
The day that Alexei woke up to the poster on the inside of his coffin was one day too many.
I fully accept myself.
But so Alexei being part of the actual resistance, he has both ghouls who are part of that, but also is an active and known member. So he has status and he has influence amongst them. So he typically is sort of, he's not nowhere near the top, but he's a good mid-ranking officer sort of thing. So he has people doing information runs, supply runs. People like Jake taking out tech or putting up posters or art or whatever, that sort of thing.
You've got your own artist to draw your posters as well, so you've got your nice.
Alexei has never and will never broach that subject with Mariana.
No, it's Jake, not me.
No, I've got Jake. Jake does the actual street art, but Alexei knows that there's some
a slogan.
Yeah, no. But yes, so Alexei probably has like them because he knows that we need a safe way to feed, because inevitably the thing that has killed so many of us is not necessarily them finding us in the day-to-day. It's them finding us once we've snapped and we've brought attention to us. So one of the big things that's constantly on Alexei's mind is safe food and how to get it. He is fighting a guerrilla war, one that he knows, even though we've made really great steps, we are losing. And it's why he's such a hard ass and a straight shooter in that regard.
So these ghouls you send out during the day to information gather, make sure that the region is safe for you while you are sleeping and there's no protectorate soldiers around and things, and make connections to the right people.
Yep.
As you've just only moved in here. And so as you are all having this conversation about your new motivational posters, one of your ghouls enters into the haven.
Anton?
Right, sir. We've got some news for you, sir. We were handed this little bit of paper by a guy called DZ. He's a known.
Is he known?
Sorry?
Is he known?
he seems to be known to our wonderful little La Sombra down there. He's part of one of the street gangs. He does like the tagging and stuff. So apparently, I don't know. Jake might know him, but yeah, he gave us this bit of paper, and I think you might want to have a little bit of a gander at it. It's possibly something about a Club C going on later. And I told you what Club C's were.
Yeah, Alexei looks at at Flex, who is very clearly jonesing to a level that like is very obvious, and then sort of looks over at Jake, who is less obviously jonesing but is still jonesing, and then okay, good man. Are you and the others, are you good? Do you need feeding, or are you?
Nah, we're good. We found some nicer, food stands, I suppose you'd call them. There's a market down in town. That's where I saw DZ. And go find him down there. He's probably tagging somewhere.
Okay.
He's not hard to miss. But yeah, we grabbed some rat burgers earlier. Very good rats down here. They're big and chunky. These ones.
Good man.
Sorry, was there any mail for me at all? Was there any
It is-
mail?
It is killing you that I have something, isn't it?
No. I'm expecting his letters.
Hang on a minute. Let me just have a. Nah.
This is why I like Anton.
Rude. I flounce off to a corner, which definitely has many pictures of myself in it. And I flounce down.
It's the Alexi corner, isn't it?
It is the Alexi corner.
It's just for when Alexi has gotten too much and you just need to look at yourself.
Boss, I've got more errands to run. I've got a few more local contacts to hit.
Remember, 5-man teams, eh? Want rotations. I don't want anyone dying of sleep while they're there.
Yeah, we'll if you head off to the market, there'll obviously be a couple of lads down there as well. So if anything does go wrong, you'll have support.
Thank you, Anton. Take care.
Yeah. Any buggers off. Yeah, and the note that you've got is handwritten note. And it basically just says, come to the market, possible Club C, access, find me under, and there's a tag symbol drawn on the piece of paper. Find me near this tag.
Cool.
Jake, you vouch for this one, eh?
Yeah, he's one of the guys I run with. Good artist actually. Does some of our best work. If I do say so. He. So that symbol there is next to the soup kitchen. So we just need to. Yeah, he'll be stood next to it.
Okay.
Yeah, he's a sound kid. Yeah.
Well, we'll have Slachter support. So is something when everyone is good. He looks over. We can go.
Yep.
Oh, before we do, who wants armor?
Don't have any pockets, so I'm good. I'm okay.
Ha 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 ha. Who wants armor? Seriously.
I work better without it because it makes too much noise.
Alexei sort of takes off his jacket, and he's wearing like a black multi-pocketed jacket in combat sort of fatigues, grey combat fatigues, and he sort of unbuttons the sort of short sleeve shirt beneath it, and there are literal bone plates that are sticking out. Who want armor? And he taps them. It's not about silence. Is natural, good for you. Who wants it before we go?
I open my shirt that I'm wearing, and you can clearly see that there's some leftover wounds which I hadn't have the capacity to fully heal from.
Huh? So that's one. Who else? Who else want armor, right?
I'm good. I had armor yesterday. It's
Who wants weapon? You get the option now before we leave, because I am not doing this mid-fight.
I
am a weapon. So I am
Yeah, whatever. I'm sorry. I really would appreciate something that would help me defend you.
Okay.
I'll take a knife if it'll keep you happy. But yeah.
No flesh
I'll
crafting.
kind of. Sorry.
No flesh crafting for you.
No.
Hey, it's easy. It means less rouse checks for me. I'm fine with this.
I'll kind of wrap a couple of shadows around myself and just kind of go, look, see, I'm fine. And I'm stood over here, well away from your
Yeah.
You start
Okay.
Spice Girls. Tell me what did we what? Tell me what you really kind of starts going on as you kind of get a bit
I'm
too
sorry,
close to the music.
I'll stop.
Okay, this is now my new favorite thing. Every time we have the option, we need to make Dave sing Spice Girls interrupted and broken. Because one, David will hate it because it's Spice Girls, and two, he then has to think of new songs every time that are Spice Girls to sing
I
interrupted.
only know one.
Just do I see ya. Hold tight. That's all you have to do over and over because that breaks it up.
You say that as if Dave only knows one. We all know that Dave's deep shame is that he knows them all. Right, okay, so I'll be making a resolve protean dice pool check for this.
Hang on. Does this one actually need a rouse? I've not looked at the Sombra stuff.
Yes, all my protein abilities require a rouse check.
Okay, so make a rouse check first. Let's see you get hungry.
I'm good. That's a 6.
So right then. And now it's what roll do you need to make now?
It's a resolve plus protean.
Cool.
With 2 dice of which being hunger dice. Yep. Actually, I should probably get out 2 different coloured dice for this, shouldn't I?
Yes, that is.
Yep.
Let me
I roll those anyway. I've got 2 successes already on my dice, but I'll check to see what the actual hunger ones are. Didn't think this one through, did I? No.
So I can't seem to load up the companion, which has it all in. Where is the companion? Oh, it's not on this one.
It's on page 135.
Yeah, no, it's not on that computer. I'm going to have to go on the other computer.
Okay. I can read it out if you prefer.
What page was it, sorry?
135.
In Protean.
It's vicissitude, specifically it's flesh crafting. So I need Flex to make a. Well, this is a voluntary thing, so he doesn't have to roll against it.
Yeah, Protean. Stamina and resolve.
Yeah, but he's willing, so he doesn't have to make that. I'm gifting him armor, so you get 2 points of armor, but you must turn one of your body points, i.e. strength, dexterity, or stamina, into those armor points. It doesn't just grow out of nowhere. So that's fine. And then I will hand Flex a knife. One of them.
Cool.
You know, it would be really handy to do this, like, for medical reasons.
Medical. I can maybe do something about that. Yeah, I can help with that, but not by much.
Did I ever ask you if you could, like, I don't know, teach me this shit?
Is not is thing I do. Is not how you know to breathe, eh? How you know how to think. You just do. Same for me.
Actually, I could tell you how you're doing this. Would you like me to tell?
I do not need science. I'm saying you automatically know. You learn the science that explains it, but I've not learned the science that explains this. This is innate. It is.
It could be a fun journey to learn this for both of us.
You use the word fun wrong a lot.
Well, you wouldn't agree if I said horrible, so let's call it fun.
But yeah. So one of your body points is now 2 points of armor for you.
Cool. Noise. So, does anybody else need to do anything before you set off to the market?
I think I make everyone wait 10 minutes whilst I change into something more like suitable to going out, and I come back out of whatever changing room I've created. It doesn't look like nothing's changed. I look exactly the same.
Do something with your hair?
Oh, you never look, Alexi. Look with your eyes and listen with your ears. You never listen. You never look. You never care. Let's go.
Anyone else want to take a guess? And anyone else?
I'm ready to go now.
Right, we're going.
We go.
Yeah, cool. Is Jake going to cast shadow magic?
Yes. Excuse me. Certainly, when we get to the market, I was going to suggest that I go and check it out just to make absolutely sure it's definitely DZ. So I'll pull my cloak of shadows around myself. It's free. It just gives me an extra 2 dice in any stealth rolls.
Cool.
Nice.
Yeah.
Can you put that on other people as well?
No, unfortunately. I think at higher levels you can do, but unfortunately, yeah, at the lower level you can't. You can only pull it around yourself.
Yeah.
Which is a shame.
It's why I took my 3rd level in Protean, so I could give people armor more than anything else in the game.
Yeah.
I can also make
Flesh
people
crafting
prettier.
is insane. It's such a
Yeah,
good ability.
I can also make people prettier, but I'm not telling Mariana that ever.
I'm stunning, so fuck off.
I can make you prettier. Like, mechanically, I can make
I'm
you
all
prettier.
right.
I think you've already got mechanical. She's already got the mechanical rules for being pretty, haven't you?
Yeah, I'm stunning. Stunning.
It's one of the advantages.
I think he did this right, Drake. He did something around my eyes. They're a little bit more compelling, right?
It's good to have armor.
Yeah. Also,
Soft spots, eyes, heart, testes, armor and all.
You could actually cut a finger on this.
Can I just say it's gross living with 3 male vampires? All right, let's go.
What is gross? I say what testes. They are things. There's nothing gross.
No, thank you. I don't.
They're outside. Keep it down. Thank you.
I'm
you are
calm.
now walking. I'll say you have now left, so you probably don't want to be shouting out Kindred.
Testes loudly in the street. Yeah.
Well, you can probably say testes quite loudly. Nobody would probably notice unless you're talking about food.
I say we're in the sewer. No one's gonna care.
I care. What if somebody sees me?
I can
cool.
move face, not make you.
So, what you want to you are leaving your haven. I'm going to guess that probably looks something a bit like my background, the entrance to your haven. I reckon Jake's probably had a bit of a go at it.
Yep, absolutely. Blend it in.
Yeah,
Did you
blend it
add
into the local.
new?
That one's new.
It's very nice.
Well spotted.
Yeah, and as you walk down, you at first it's kind of it's what would have been a sewer, but probably from like the 2080s or something like that. So a futuristic, bigger sewer underground, not a small thing that you can't actually walk down. But
So London style sewers.
London style sewer is almost probably even underground. The tube kind of stuff as well. There'll be old underground stations and disused things as well under there. So you'll be kind of going down those, and then there'll be lights flickering on. You being vampires, you have generally very good vision, not perfect night vision, but you are able to see better than humans at night. So
I have perfect night vision.
Except our Samichi soldier boy over here, who just wants to have everything.
Protein 3, right? The first one
we're
is the
grateful
ability to
for it.
see in the dark.
Just wait until I lift my headphones.
So yeah, you walk down this tunnel way. It's dingy, it's smelly. Rats run up and down it. It's a stereotypical street that you've walked down many times before. It probably even looks a little bit like Paul's background a little bit, with an occasional noodle shop down there as well. And as you kind of get, I'm going to use everybody's background except Fiona's in this because that's upstairs, and we're not upstairs, we're downstairs.
Where I belong.
And at some point, we'll have a broken phone for Tom because that's his new image that he has for his faceless, bodiless voice. It's really weird the way that we've got this set up because we can see Tom. So we can see what he's doing. So whenever I say he's got a bodiless voice, I just look at him and like, no, he's there.
The audience couldn't see the death glare that Tom was giving us and stuff like that, and that totally throws off that scene. He was giving us a death glare, right? That was not just me being a dick.
Yeah. No, cool. So yeah, you're walking down there, and you come up to an opening, a larger underground area. You can hear the hustle and bustle of the people as they are moving around what is quite clearly an underground market. There are people with rickshaws. There are push carts around, like those things where we've got in the city centre of Manchester, a guy who walks around selling corn soup. There'll be people serving random bits of food that may or may not be food. There are clothing stalls, and there are shacks just kind of leaning up against the wall, which just hold up with bits of wood or bits of random metal, corrugated iron and stuff. And there's lots of bright neon lights and weird music, like almost like I can't remember the style of music that I actually despise.
EDM?
No. Skrillex and stuff like that kind of going on in the background, mixed over some reggaeton or stuff like that. And then just kind of like proper noise, weird music going on, and then occasionally just a little bloke in the corner playing a flute.
So we're going for some roughneck bass. Okay, got it.
Yeah, so it's a proper amalgamation of people. There's people dressed in rags down there, like literally they've just picked a burlap sack and just put it on, and there are people who have finer clothes, but there is very much an amalgamation of society. You've got the very, very dregs and the lost and the lonely and the despised down there, up to those who have money and wealth but have chosen to live underground and away from the power of the protectorate above ground, who rule with an iron thumb. They have this money and the power, and they're going to use it, but they're not going to use it in the way that is meant to be used above. They're going to use it downstairs to enjoy their life and party and live it up and have a life. And so this is the market. It's bustling, it's busy, and around it you do see graffiti tags and things. So I'm guessing at this point, Jake is going to whoop.
Yep. I'm guessing you're going to want dexterity and stealth.
I am going to want dexterity and stealth, and this is free for you, isn't it? You don't need to roll around here.
It's free, however, of the 6 dice I'm rolling, half of them are hunger dice.
Hang on, let's find the La Sombra Bane. It all goes wrong.
Oh yeah, it didn't matter because actually I got successes on my hunger dice. But how do hunger dice work for myself and Fiona, who haven't played this game before?
Okay.
Yeah.
So so I'm just trying to find there we go. It'll be in that book. Hunger dice will only take effect on 2 results. Mm-hmm. They will take an effect if you roll a 10 on the hunger dice, or if you roll a 1 on the hunger dice.
Okay.
If you roll a 10 on the hunger dice and you roll another 10, this is called a messy critical. Mm-hmm. So a critical is 2 10s, and if one of those 10s is a blood dice, it's called a messy critical. So you will succeed at what you are doing, but you will suffer either your clan bane or a compulsion, depending upon what fits the scenario better.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool.
If you roll a 1, and now this is where I'm slightly changing the rules a little bit for the main game, because I think it's more fun in this world to do this. If you roll a 1 at any point on your blood dice, except when you're doing a rouse check, this doesn't happen on a rouse check. If you roll a 1 at any point on your blood dice, you suffer a bane and a compulsion, and unless you can talk me out of it, you get hungry.
Excellent.
And
Amazing.
the more you try and blag it, the more likely it is that I'm not going to let you get out of getting the hunger.
Damn it! He's
Amazing.
countered my natural abilities.
Yes,
Amazing.
I know Ben's going to try and talk his way out of it. So the more he talks about it, the less likely I'm going to let him go for it. So, Paul, make your stealth roll and get a 10. Get 2 10s and make one of them a. No, I didn't say a 1. I said a 10.
Okay, so I got so I got a 10, a 9, 3 dice that had nothing. So a 10 on a normal dice, a 9 on a hunger dice, 3 dice that had no effect whatsoever, and then I got a 1 on a hunger dice.
You just got to the market.
Okay, so what we're
It's only a bane or a compulsion at this stage because it's not a failure and it's not a messy critical, so it's just.
No, it's gonna. Also, yeah, if it's a complete failure, you'll get bane and compulsion. But
Yeah.
with this being just a normal, it's
Because he succeeded.
well, I didn't tell him what the difficulty level was. So.
Yeah.
Touche.
Yeah.
But it's a market. It's a busy market. There's lots of lights around. It's not going to be that hard to kind of stealth yourself around it. It's what you're built to do. So a 2 would have been suffice. But the way you can get around this as well is you have willpower, and you can spend willpower to re-roll your failures, except your hunger dice.
Okay. So if I spend a point of willpower, I can re-roll the 2 dice that are not hunger dice that didn't.
Yeah.
I'm totally going to do that.
Do it.
Yep. Okay. Spending a point
Find
of
that
willpower.
tag.
And I got a 9 and a 4. So that's
There you go.
another
That gives
success.
you 3 successes.
Three
That is
successes.
definitely enough to
Yes.
sneak around and find things out. But I am going to have a look at what the clan compulsion is for.
I do love the fact that our shadow mage is slightly ethereal on their camera.
I know. I was thinking that as well. Like,
It's
Yeah.
absolutely perfect.
cloud.
It's completely unintentional, but I do, yeah. Like I kind of
I
like
think it's
it.
perfect. It's perfect. I think you'll
Okay,
find it is intentional.
I'm for this one. I've just read the compulsion.
Yeah.
I could give you one of the normal base compulsions, but I'm going to give you
Okay.
a clan compulsion here.
Okay.
Ruthlessness.
Yes.
To the La Sombra, failure is not an option. Their blood will urge them to any act conceivable to reach their goals, whether in the moment or in the Byzantine plots lasting centuries. Any setback is felt profoundly, and they quickly escalate to the most ruthless methods until they achieve their aims. The next time the vampire fails any action, they receive a 2 dice penalty to any and all rolls until a future attempt at the same action succeeds.
It's harsh.
I've just got the image of Jake pushing an old lady into like a vat of like bubbling fat so that no one is looking at them whilst they stealth.
Yeah.
So the next time you take an action
Yep.
that you fail at, so it doesn't have to be, it can be something, it can be talking to somebody, which means and you fail at talking to somebody, the next time you try and talk to someone, it's harder.
Yeah.
It's
Cool.
a bit weird, but I like it.
Yeah.
Because you're hungry
No
as
worries.
well, so
Yeah.
I'm not going to make you get more hungry because I really don't want a level 4 just yet. And if it was a
Yeah.
complete failure, then yeah. Cool. So you managed to stealth around.
Cool. Okay.
And-
Do I find DZ stood by the soup kitchen?
Yeah. As you walk around, you notice what you refer to as a soup kitchen, but it's a liquid of some nondescript kind that only the ones who are in the worst type of clothing eat, and even then they kind of give it a second look. You quite clearly, DZ is stood there, leaning against it. He's looking a little bit disdainfully at the soup kitchen because it smells not particularly pleasant. And above his shoulder, you see his the tag that he put on the note. What does DZ look like? He's your friend. You know him.
Yeah. Excuse me. I am thinking. respectable set of dreadlocks, hoodie. He probably wears stuff that he can move quickly in. So I'm thinking some kind of old stroke knockoff sports gear. His pride is probably his second, third, fourth, maybe fifth hand pair of Nikes that he's got. And he's always got a spray can on him just in case.
Cool.
Those courtside Jordans.
Absolutely.
Are they like the proper 90s, 80s, 90s ones which got the pumps in them?
Oh yes.
Oh, they're Nike Airs. Nice. Okay.
The original Nike Air.
Yeah. Yep. Excuse me. So I'll kind of melt out of the shadows somewhere, I don't know, round the corner, and then kind of walk up behind him and spook him.
He's gonna go boom.
How did Jake get stabbed on this simple quest? He decided to jump the street.
Ooh.
Yeah, so I'm gonna guess that you three have left. You've kind of just melted into the market because Jake's disappeared, and you're like, where the fuck's he gone?
Yeah.
But yeah, so Jake, you sneak up behind DZ and you spook him. He's like, what the fuck? Fucking hell,
Sorry, dude. I couldn't resist.
You've got to stop bloody doing that. What is it with you? Don't know why I stick
Sorry,
around. Yeah.
Here, I managed to swipe a new colour for you, and I'll hand him a can of maroon spray paint.
Amazing.
Very hard to come by.
Oh, sweet. I know just what I'm going to do with this. I've got a nice little sweet spot just around the corner. Just primed it up with a couple of things this morning, so this maroon will do. It'll be a nice shading colour I've got. Cool. Perfect. Thanks very much for that. So I'm guessing you got my message.
We got your note. So what's the word? What have you got for us?
Yeah. So I've got it on the download that there's I know what you are.
Yeah.
I've known for a while, and just kind of the spooky shit that you do. You creeping up on me all the fucking time. The only way you can do that is by being anyway, you're certainly looking a little bit jittery, shall we say? And I know what I've heard of a place that can certainly willingly help with that.
Yep.
Shall we say?
Yep.
Would you guys be interested?
Absolutely. Yes, my comrade certainly, I think, is in need of a sip as well. So anywhere that's doing the good stuff, we'll be interested in.
Right, cool. Right, if you give me 10 minutes, meet me back here, and I'll show you what you need to follow.
Okay, no worries.
And he puts the can in the inside of his jacket and walks off.
I will cast my eyes about for the others. I am probably looking for Alexi first as the responsible one.
Or the tallest one. I assume Alexi
well,
is like...
that as well.
The most
It's like a beacon.
one.
It's like, let's meet back up at Alexi.
Oh, no. Alexi is not the obvious one.
No, I was going to say surely Mariana is the obvious one.
Yeah.
I don't know what you're talking about. But
Alexi,
probably yes.
the freedom fighter who may or may not actually be wanted by the SI Protectorate, is not the obvious one down here.
I'm guessing Alexi is not boldly walking through the middle of the market going, look at me, I'm a warrior.
Alexi never does that, even if he wanted to, which he does, but he never does that.
Cool.
Well,
go ahead.
I think I've separated myself just a few steps from Alexis and Mariana. I feel that I need to do my job right now, and that is being aware. So I close my eyes for a second, then I get to the volume thing on my music player, and I turn the music down by 10%. And this allows me to use my heightened senses, and I want to have a closer read on the situation and to spot any possible threats.
Are you going to just be using your normal sensors, or well, obviously heightened sensors, but that is.
I'm not getting into crazy
Extrasensory
shit.
Sensors.
Yep.
I'm using Auspex 1.
Cool. So make me. This is. You don't need to roll around for this, do you? I don't.
No,
think.
that's free. I
Cool.
just can't have it permanently on, or I would have to pay willpower, which means I have to endure the silence.
Yes. The noise.
So, what is awareness, general perception stuff
So
in
it's
Vampire?
Yeah. So if you are using Auspex, hang on. Heightened sensors is it an actual power? It's been such a long
It is
time.
a passive power.
It's a what? Sorry?
It is
I
a
think
passive.
Yeah,
Yeah.
3. Hang on.
To the books, everyone.
To the books.
To
I
the
apologise to anybody
library.
who's watching. I have not run Vampire in a very long time.
Wits and resolve,
Which
and
is
it's
all-
free.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that sounds right.
Envy. Envy, envy, envy.
My book's not liking me.
Page 249, Dave.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah. So make a wits and what was it? Resolve.
And I got 2 successes on my hunger dice, but they're all fine 8s. Oh, we are not playing Chronicles of Darkness, so the 6 is also a success, right?
Yeah, we are not playing Chronicles.
Yeah.
You're scoring on 6s. I'm hoping very much that Werewolf 5th, when it comes out in the next couple of years, because it's been announced, is going to be based off V5, kind of similar rules. So it's, but there'll be a slight tweak, I think, because Werewolf is a slight tweak on the rules. But it's such a nice one. Yeah, so 6s. So how many? 3.
3.
Okay. With this quietening of the music, your hearing becomes heightened. Your sight becomes heightened as you suddenly start to realize that there is silence. You become hyper aware of everything else, and all your senses are aware. Though you can't see them, you are aware that there are people watching someone, watching a certain corner where there was a graffiti mark, where you see Jake at the moment. You cannot see who these people are or where they are, but you kind of get a sense that there are at least 2 people here watching you. And as you look over towards Jake, you notice on the soup kitchen stand next to him a small spark as a piece of electronics seems to fail.
Oh no. No soup tonight.
No,
We're
everyone
shutting
knows
up.
it's the credit card reader because those things never bloody work.
Contactless. Oh no. Cashless only, lads. Amazing.
I reappear next to Alexis. 2 spectators watching the meeting point.
You know
Also, yes.
what?
Also, Jake is giving off his nature if he stays in place.
Okay, okay.
Giving off some electric vibes.
I'm gonna cast my sort of eyes around the market, looking for my Shalachata. Basically trying to spot Simichi ghouls I've got in place here.
Excuse me.
And I'm gonna go. Okay, Flick, you are going to tell Tobias and Hannah there where our observers are, and they are going to make them disappear. Take 2 more with you, and then Anton, I need you to let Jake know that he is scaring the fowl.
Stood.
I imagine that I've had to walk several steps to say all this because my people would not be grouped together. But
what
yeah,
we'll do is this whole thing is going to take place over like 15-20 minutes or so as you're walking around and
yeah,
things. So yeah, as you're walking around, and then your ghouls go off and do their thing. After they after maybe 5 minutes, they've spoken to Jake. I'll come and deal with that in a second, Jake, as how you react to that. One of them comes back to you. I forgot your name, Alexei.
Alexei.
Yeah, one of them comes back to you, Alexei, and says, "Yeah, boss.
What's wrong with the place?
They're not there. There's no one here. They've gone.
What do you mean there's no one there?
If they were here, they're not here anymore.
Flight?
No one moves like that without us seeing. No
Wait,
one.
wait. Flight, you still getting vibes?
Nope.
I shake my head.
We got tech or drones or other K-Knights. Okay.
Yeah, there's no tech, and it doesn't look like there's none of that smell in the air that you lot leave.
Tech then.
But
We
yeah,
got tech.
very, very few people down here can disappear like that quickly. I reckon it's them up there.
Okay.
And we'll quickly deal with Jake hearing. What was it you said?
He's scaring the fowl.
Scaring the fowl. Yeah.
Amazing. Fucking amazing.
As you are kind of stood there, Jake, waiting for DZ to return. You know who this person is. You've seen them with Alexei before, and they walk up to you and say,
It's Hannah, one of my ghouls.
I am not going to. Well, I might.
No, I'm saying that's who it is, and that's how they know them.
Yeah.
Hello, Jake. I am one of the operatives of your friend Alexei.
I feel like I'd have a fist bump for Hannah. What's up, Hannah?
Fuck yeah.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah, she deserves. She deserves
How's
it.
it going?
Yeah.
I'm trying to escape from Alexei, but he's an asshole.
What's the
When I can't, because I'm
Definitely
addicted to
not
his blood,
what she
'cause
says.
I'm a ghoul.
what's the big man want me to do? What's the word?
Yeah, you're giving off vibes apparently, and something to do with chickens. I don't quite know what he was talking about, but yeah, something about you showing yourself, and I don't know.
It's fine. I know what he's on about, and I'll kind of sidle away from the soup kitchen. I don't know whether I feel like maybe there'd be like maybe Alexei would have taught us some sort of like hand signal or something
It's almost like the words I used were code words, and that actual operatives of a resistance would repeat them.
Yes.
I don't think Hannah's in it for the resistance. I think she just thought it was really cool, and then it's like, oh fuck, how am I gonna? Oh well.
My Schlachter are all members of the resistance. That's
Anna
the
has
point.
a very short memory.
Yeah.
She's been hit in the head of many times.
Too many times.
I feel for Hannah. If anything, I've tied all my hopes and dreams onto this poor NPC. So please.
Mariana definitely has. This is probably one of the reasons why she's.
Oh, don't worry. We'll get to Mariana in a second. But please
God
finish
help
this
us all.
scene. Finish this scene, and I'll I'll add to this.
Oh God, no!
I don't know whether I'm worried or excited.
Yes.
So yeah, she.
I'll step back away from the credit card machine.
As you said this, you look down and you do notice, and you kind of notice and you twig that there was you felt that little twinge where the abyss hit some electronics, and what you realise is when you get told that you've revealed yourself, you realize, hang on, that was a very, very small, almost imperceptible piece of technology. That wasn't big. No one down here has access to that kind of tech.
Right. Right. Okay. I'll relay this to Hannah and say maybe I don't want to go and kind of, if I've been spotted, I don't want to give the game away by heading over to them. But if you can maybe let your boss know that I might have pinged something from upstairs.
Yeah.
How shall we put this? It wasn't ducks, it was a swan. I don't know, the Queen has swans, doesn't she?
Big electronic swan.
A big electronic swan.
Yeah, because it's fowl and chicken and she doesn't really quite know. She'll say something in a second that may or may not relate.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
If we all die,
I'll
I
go
am
tell Alexi now.
blaming. I am blaming my allies.
Hey, you took these, and I took control over them. It's all your fault.
Yeah.
If I catch Alexi looking in my directions, I'll try and do like a swan symbol with my hand.
Why is he doing sick geese? Is he trying to? Has he been working out? Am I meant to? Have I not noticed? Oh, I'm awful friends.
Boss, don't. Yeah. He says it's not the ducks, it's the swans, and he
Okay.
something
I
like
understand,
that.
Hannah. Thank you very much.
I don't quite know what you're talking about with all these chickens.
We've had this conversation, Hannah, haven't we? Many times. The words mean other things.
They're pretty. Swans, but not that I've ever seen one. But I imagine them to be
It's good
pretty.
thing that you are best shot in unit. That is all I'm going to say.
Yeah, I'm going to go and speak to Mariana now because she tells me what swans look like, and they sound pretty. I'm sure she's seen them in real life. I've never seen one in real life. Have you seen one in real life?
I have. Yes.
Ooh.
Yes. Big white bird. Angry big white bird. Should have led with that one. Very angry.
Oh, okay.
Mariana is poet. Ask her to describe, and you'll be there for 15 minutes.
Okay, I've got nothing better to do now. She just wanders off. Goes to Mariana.
So, let me tell you what Mariana's been up to in the time she's gone to market. Because
how many books has she sold and signed?
Oh, how very funny! You should say that. Because obviously, before she left, she made a big deal about not having pockets. But in fact, gentlemen, she was wearing a dress with pockets. And not only that, they were deep pockets.
What,
and
you're
so,
telling me they sell dresses with pockets in the future? Let's move to the future. They've got technology.
Yeah, exactly. And not only that, these pockets are quite deep. If anything, if you imagine if she had like what do they call them? Like an underdress. So it's a little bit out. So it's a bit awkward to move around people. Yeah, petticoats, exactly that. But that means I have a whole library about my knees. So I'm going from stall to stall, like seeing what they're doing. Like, oh, and what do you do? Fascinating. Well, I've got a few pamphlets here for my next show. Yes, it is me, Mariana Brooks, and I'll do the pose that's exactly like on the pamphlets or the books. And could I just leave a couple here? Oh, that's so great. And what's your name? And basically, what I'm trying to do is to get insight in like what the market's been like. I assume I've been here before, but I want to just see if the scenes change, anything different, etc. But being my wonderful, natural, gorgeous self, but also selling my wares as I do it to the patrons of this market.
We're gonna do some kind of roll here for this.
Oh,
just to see how many books you actually managed to get rid of. Because some of them have met you before, and some of them are fully well
Oh, no,
aware
but
of what you're doing.
This is the brand new Mariana exposed. It's hot off the presses. I promise. I do the base.
Yeah. So I'm trying to, I've actually weirdly I've managed to get your sheet up here. What have you?
You've got my sheet.
Oh, you've
yes.
got ore, haven't you?
I do have ore.
You could use ore or compel.
I think ore rather than compel, because I do like to think that I'm, people do like me because I'm stunning. So
you like to think that.
But yeah, I ore over compel, because I think compel is like buy my book, which I don't go to that level, honest.
And unless they refuse to buy your book.
I mean, I tried it with Alexi, it doesn't work.
That's because Alexi is pretty good at resisting compel.
Okay, so ore is manipulation and presence versus composure and intelligence.
So,
These
sorry,
are
manipulation.
these are market stall owners. These are not going to be very intelligent people.
That's right. Sorry. So just say that again. So manipulation plus
Presence. So it'll be 1 level of presence. I think you've got.
Oh yes, that's right. And then 2 hunger on top of that. Yes.
No, you take out 2 dice and replace them
with hunger.
Yeah. So
I'm rolling 3 dice.
So your manipulation is 3 plus
Mm-hmm.
plus your 2 dice for presence. So you've got 5 dice total.
Yep.
And 2 of those should be hunger dice.
Right. That's what. Yeah. Just double checking. All right.
Cool. And you have to beat my I think is intelligence and something else roll.
It's not great. So I've got
Composure.
1 success on my normal dice, but I have a crit fail on one of the blood dice. So 1 on one of the blood dice.
So you've got a 1 on the blood dice and 1 success.
1 success. Yeah, everything else is below 6.
Okay. I am not going to tell you what I've rolled. I'm
No,
going
great.
to make you have the decision now whether you want to use willpower to re-roll the non-hunger dice that failed. So that
Yeah,
should be
go on.
2 dice, I think.
Go on. I think I'm quite desperate to get this book out at this point. No one's buying it. There's 1 more success.
Okay. I got 2, you've got 2, so I'll say that's a success. But you have also rolled a 1. And I'm going to, because you are in a underground situation, it's gritty, it's dark, it's dirty. Hello, Clan Bane. Toreador Clan Bane. Let's bring that one up for you while you enjoy.
Got hand sanitizer. No, okay, that's fine. Don't worry.
No, don't touch me with your filthy hands.
It's already signed. It's already signed.
Yeah, so Toreador exemplify the old saying that art in the blood takes strange forms. They desire beauty so intensely that they suffer in its absence. While your character finds itself in less than beautiful surroundings, you're in an underground stinky sewer market. You lose
take me to all the good
equivalent of
places.
your Bane's severity in dice from dice pools to use disciplines.
Okay.
Bane severity I've given, so people watching, I've done a little bit of weird stuff with the Bane severity and kind of neonate stuff. Everyone's got a Bane severity of 2.
Oh shit.
So anytime you now want to use one of your disciplines, you will be taking a 2 dice penalty.
Fine.
The storyteller decides specifically how the beauty or the ugliness of the Toreador's environment penalises them. Well, I just said you're in a underground sewer market where people
wearing
are
a
eating
petticoat.
rats, wearing a petticoat.
Yeah.
So,
but do I get rid of all my books?
I'm just trying to.
Really, it's a freebie. Honest.
This won't last obviously all game. It will last up until
No.
a point where I've decided that it's no
Yeah,
longer.
it's
time
it's
for
when
me.
I go. I need a breather.
I need to breathe. I need to go sit down. It's
I need
all
to go sit
too
down.
much.
It's already signed. Don't worry. Best wishes, warmest regards.
Yeah, so I'll say some of the sons have taken the books off you because you're charming and they're
Yeah,
gone
I'm
with you
charming.
all. But a few of them, because it was an equal role, you again, is it? Don't want. We're a food store. We don't want your books. Go away.
Oh,
Stop
come
selling-
on.
No.
Oh,
We took
I
them
just
last time. Nobody's read them. We're trying
Oh.
to sell food here. Go away.
Oh, but it's a. You can eat it. You could eat it. You could.
I know why Mariana is so upset and her bane is afflicted here, it's because whilst this is going on, she looks down and wedging up one of the corners of the store
my face!
is the book and her face that is now covered in splatter from the food of the stall.
Oh.
Yep.
A travesty! What has happened here?
Cool. Okay. Gonna speed things up a little bit, and then
I've done my bit. That's what I'm doing for the 15 minutes.
So speed things up a little bit, and then we'll take a break in about 5-10 minutes. When we get you to, let's get everybody back together again. Now let's try and do that. See if that's possible.
Well, believe what happened to my books. I say as I come back to the group.
You are all the way up here, and I need you all the way down here. What is going on?
My lights work. Yeah, and I just mumble to myself for the rest of the scene.
Okay, does anyone want to give Mariana a hug if she is okay with that?
Because don't touch me, I'm fine.
Never mind, she's definitely not okay with the hug. So, knowing now that this kitchen is the place we're going to feed. Sorry, my brain has dropped the words. I know the beginning is C. The club. I know the C club. Now knowing that is under observation and Jake may have been tagged attached to it. Okay. Alexi is going to have words with DK for certain.
Cool. So, yes, Tom? Or Flex,
we are waiting for him, right?
Yeah, so he's you notice him, he's starting to move back towards that area. He's not really hiding himself.
I can have a look at him. Or you can just talk to him and I can have a look at him.
Do the thing.
Or, which I feel might be very important, I can hug somebody.
This is one of those moments where I'm sure that we now know, having worked together for about a number of years, that we know what flex hugs mean, but out of character, Ben has no idea what a hug means. So you may have to break this down for out of character here. What are you offering to do to someone?
I'm just offering a hug because everybody seems very upset, and I know I need from time to time. It's not magic. It's just maybe there might be magic in this because friendship is magic. But
and the secret all along was its friendship.
No, as Dimension 20 has already established, the greatest form of magic is chronomancy, and friendship and love can suck it. So unless it's chronomancy, do your other magic.
I think our Shadow Mage might have an issue with that.
With
chronomancy being the best magic.
Yeah, well, your magic is supposed to be.
However, I will take a hug.
Great. You go to talk to this guy, and I'm gonna hug Jake.
Okay. Mariana, would you? Are you feeling up to accompanying me here?
I suppose. I mean,
you do the talking and
yes.
And, okay.
Good. I have words. I weaponize them. Yes, that's what I do. Okay, let's
go.
I hold out my arm for you to link arms with me.
Yeah.
As we walk through.
Yeah. I will definitely just.
They walk.
Yeah,
over.
I'm very small, so you're leaning over. I'm like, come on, tally ho, etc.
I also feel that you're leading, which
Alexi's surprisingly okay with. Yeah.
As they are walking over there, I'm giving Jake a really, really good hug.
Oh,
I totally appreciate it. I hug back.
And it feels like really nice. And then I whisper to his ear, how long did you know this guy?
I feel like we go quite far back, probably. Like from before I met you guys, probably. Yeah.
Had you ever the feeling that he was bad people?
No, he's always been really good for the resistance. I've, like, separately to Alexi, I've been on and off involved with them because they bring me my books, and obviously we go out and tag. And I've never had a sniff that there's something dodgy about him, but the evidence does speak for itself. See what? Yeah, I'm actually looking kind of worried. Yeah, I'm quite attached to my graffiti gang. You guys would know that.
Yeah.
It's okay. I'm not going to kill him.
You know, Mariana is pretty good at getting the truth out of people.
She needs to do what she needs to do. We need to know.
I just want to make sure if he is good people, and I don't know, somebody put pressure on them or put him into a hard place, we will bring that back to these people, right?
Yeah.
And if he is bad people, if he weaseled his way into your trust and is about to sell us out, I won't let this go unpunished,
I appreciate that.
I'm not here to let anybody hurt you, right?
I know that. You look out for us, Flex. I appreciate that. I do.
Also, just as a reminder to Jake here about who his touchstones are.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah.
Okay. We got you.
Yeah, I'm now I'm not only hungry, I'm also looking stressed about what's about to happen.
You have just given Alexi rein to go and speak to someone who is your touchstone.
But I'm there. It's totally fine. Yeah.
It's kind of a balancing act. I trust Mariana to be.
Do you?
Gender.
I was about to say, you are trusting the wrong person here. I can tell you that already.
Behind her kind of bravado and such like, I actually feel like she'll give him a fair hearing.
Oh, something, yes.
She's gonna mind from him. I was legit just gonna talk to this guy and maybe scare him, but that's why I brought Mariano along. It's like, if he doesn't take part in the intimidation, I'm not gonna be able to dominate him, but she can.
You will, yeah.
I can torture it out of him, but we've not got time for that.
Look, so let's see how this goes. So let's see what happens to somebody you care about. Mariana and Alexi, you walk in that slightly awkward arm-in-arm walk that you are doing, where Mariana's like this, and
Come on.
Alexi's down like this.
Well, it's more the fact that she's dragging, which is making it hard. If she was walking at the same pace, it wouldn't be too bad, I imagine.
Remember, I'm leading at this point.
I am well aware. I have never argued with you leading.
Never bloody listen. Right, okay.
Yeah, and so you walk towards him. DZ notices you, and he just kind of looks at you a little bit confused, like, I thought I was meeting Jake.
We got 2 for the price of 1.
Oh, it's you. Oh, God, I know how this is going to go. Right, what do you want to know? Where's Jake? Where is he? Why is he not here?
Oh, we just thought we'd... And then I turn, obviously, to Alexi and go, sorry, what are we here for? I can't... You didn't really say...
I just sort of... Oh, God, you weren't actually here for the technology, were you?
No, I was busy...
DK. You are good person of our beliefs. And so I ask you, are you in trouble?
I'm down here. Of course I'm in fucking trouble. Who doesn't come down here if they're not in trouble?
DK, I feel like you are doing this thing where you answer what you think is question rather than answering question. Everybody in trouble is not answer to a specific question, is it now, DK? And I lay just a big hand on his shoulder. I ask you, with care and love if you are in trouble. And I give you this chance to talk and tell me if you are in trouble. And I look at the soup cart where I'm pretty sure something small and blackened is now probably visible to us.
Okay.
I sort of go up, and I again touch the other shoulder, which is a very cool double act. And I just go, just tell us the truth. We're all friends here. And I want to dominate, compel.
You're going to go straight there. I was going to do. Can we just do something?
Yeah, do his first, but I will. That is my sweeping move essentially to good cop, worse cop.
So whether this works or not, you have said this, so both are gonna.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I'm happy to roll for it.
So we're going to basically split his brain open in a second, I feel.
Yep.
Ben, you're trying to intimidate the guy, basically, aren't you?
I'm trying to do it in a nice way.
So you're not physically intimidating.
I'm not physically intimidating, but I'm making him aware that it is people down here probably know a little bit, especially this guy.
He knows who you are.
He knows who I am, and he knows that I'm connected to the organization that he claims to be a part of.
He also knows that you're about 200 years old and a brutal killing machine.
If he knows that, he's about to die, because there is no way he can know that about me.
He knows.
He knows about Jake.
He knows.
No, he knows about us.
He knows
about
in which case, he's about to die for a very different reason than David imagined. I'm intimidating not with like the actual like physicality of it. I'm intimidating with the fact that I am calling on. I am his boss. Yeah. Like I may not be his best boss, but I am his boss.
Let's do this as a roll then. Okay. Intimidation, obviously.
Okay.
Plus,
intimidation.
I'm going to say. Let's use intelligence.
Okay. That's 5 dice rather than 6.
And this is going to go against this guy's resolve. And
do I include my hunger dice in these checks as well? Is it
all?
Okay.
Yeah, all checks.
Yeah. Okay, right. So I get a messy critical.
Okay, so you can with your willpower, you can re-roll that 10 unless both blood dice is a 10. So a messy critical is only if 2 dice are 10.
Yeah, I know. One of them is a blood dice. The other one is not. Yeah. And then I have a 6. So I got 3 successes, but it is a messy critical.
Yeah. So 3 successes with a critical makes it 5 successes. Okay. If you want to keep the messy critical, you can do. But if you want to spend a willpower point, you can re-roll whatever dice you like except the hunger dice. So you can re-roll that 10 to remove the messy critical.
My fear is that removing that messy critical will actually remove 4 successes from that roll, potentially.
Yeah, but you can re-roll the other dice.
Yeah.
As well. You can you can re-roll how many you can roll as many
3
dice as you want.
Yeah, I got a 6, a 10, and then a 4 on my normal dice, and then I got a 5 and a 10 on my hunger dice.
So you can roll the 4 and the 10 again if you want.
Yeah, but even on that, it's still removing. It will potentially remove 4 of my successes.
This guy's roll, and these are human, and they're not very good.
Oh, he's human.
Yes, he's human.
I get an additional 2 dice because I have Eyes of the Beast.
That is an
intimidation. It's a protean. Yeah. It's a free thing, and I already had it active because I could see in the dark, and my eyes flash red, so I get an additional 2 dice.
Yeah, go for it.
Come on.
That does change things, so I will now spend a point of willpower to re-roll that 10 because I'm sitting on 3 successes without that 10.
My choice would have been messy critical. You've just ripped the guy's head off. You found out the right answer, but you'd have killed him.
So I got 4 successes then because I re-rolled that dice and got a 9. So I've got a 10, a 9, a 6, and a 6. So 4 successes.
Cool. Yeah. He got 1 success, so he's like, yeah, no, I'm not in any trouble. I'm no more than the resistance is usually in trouble, but no, not in the way that you're thinking.
How did
but you've done that, and Now
Hello.
we get the bad point.
Oh no! Hoisted by my own petard, I brought her.
Let's see what happens to this guy's brain.
Yep.
What are you gonna do?
So it's a compel. So it's just a short sentence saying, like, just tell us the truth. What is happening. Essentially, is what I'm saying to them.
I'm trying to remember where it is in the book.
It's like 2, 3 something.
256 in the book.
Yeah.
I'm on 256 and it says cloud memory.
Compel is below it.
Yeah.
It's underneath.
Yeah, it's one
there
of
it is,
the
yeah.
two.
Cool. Charisma and dominates versus intelligence and resolve.
Charisma and dominate. Yes.
Yeah.
Oh wow, that's fine. So just because again, just not for me, but for the people at home, let's go through this. So I've got 4 dice in charisma and then 1 in dominate.
So that gives you
That's
5 dice total.
5 dice total, but I've got my bane still up, so that's -2. Okay, and then 2 blood dice.
Yeah,
So of that 3, 2 are blood dice.
I just wanted to double check because I thought that was the case, but I just wanted to double check. Okay. How close were you to your friend? So I got a 2 on the normal dice and then 1 success on the blood dice. So that's 1 success.
You didn't roll a
I didn't,
1
no.
on the other blood dice.
I rolled 2 2s, so I think he's fine.
You rolled 2 2s and 1 success.
Yeah.
Having just had this kind of conversation with Alexei, and he knows who you are. He is prepared, and you are quite clearly annoyed at something and distracted. He just kind of looks at you and goes, "I just answered him. Why should I answer you as well? I'm talking to someone in my..."
Fine.
And he just shrugs off your compel.
Okay.
Because he rolled a double 10.
Oh, wanker! I say that out loud. Wanker.
So I believe I can trust you, DK, because Jake has said I can. So here is information that you need to know. Protectorate are aware of this club in one form or another. We don't know how much, but we know that they are aware. I would like to know how you finding out about club in first place.
Well, it's actually run by me. It's my club. It's a thing that I've got going on the side. So, fuck. No.
Okay, that is.
But it's because of the nature of this club. Not many people, obviously, know.
That all making sense. Who could know to inform? One, after today, club shut down. You move or shut down, at least for now. That is minimum.
Yeah,
safety. Okay.
I'll go down after this conversation and we'll shut it down.
Good.
It would be nice to have someone on the back just to make sure.
Yeah, I will take care of that. That is fine. 2, needing to know who else could know about this thing, because we have a very specific need tonight, and it is a need that is only going to get worse, DK. And it is a need that
I can sort that out. We can move the point of, or we can move.
You can move.
You can have your snack. This is not going to be an issue. But if they know we need to move quickly, why have I gone to a really annoying American accent?
You go down. I'll have I will go to back. Marianne, you did great. Thank you. Can you go let Jake and everybody know?
I've been reduced to as a messenger. Fine. Sort of slide off. Like, it looks like I'm on what are they called? Not coasters.
Travelators.
No. Like as if I've got like little wheels at the bottom of my thing, so I just move surreptitiously around. Yeah. I'll go inform the others.
Dolly trolly.
You know, we have been in each other's lives for like 20 years, and this has never stopped. Never stopped.
Okay. So what we will do, as DZ goes off to sort things out, we shall take a 10 minutes or so comfort break. And then we shall come back in about 10 minutes or so to continue this weird situation that is going on at the moment. So we shall see you all in 10 minutes. Goodbye.
Bye.
Bye.
And we're back. I didn't quite time that right. I wanted to get just as we finished the one image, but messed it up. Oh well. So yeah, we are back. Welcome back to I want to say Dystopian Vampire, but it's really not at the moment, other than the fact that they were in a dingy marketplace. It's more a comedy of errors, to be fair. And we have just had a wonderful conversation about Mariana's book collection, shall we say. So, yes, we left...
I now.
Self-published.
Don't tell them.
It lowers the value.
Yes, lowers the value. But they are all hand-signed. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, so the value goes double. Goes down, goes back up.
That only happens if you die.
I'm already dead.
Yeah,
Anyway.
you sign it and you actually sign it with a date before you died, so it looks like it's a really old book.
Oh, it's just my grandmother. We look so alike. Anyway. Right.
Brilliant. Anyway,
What's happening in the marketplace?
What's happening in the
Clearing out
marketplace? So,
Club C.
yeah, we left off. You had DZ had just said yes, he's going to go shut down the club and move everything along, and is hoping that the hint was that he was hoping that you would follow him, just to make sure that he doesn't get caught by.
Oh, I thought he wanted me to go right around the back style thing, as in to watch their escape exit. But I will happily go with them. And
both. He basically wants to make sure that he is not, because he's obviously not someone who can take on by himself alone what is probably a couple of protectorate soldiers. So he wants a little bit of guarantee that.
Yeah, he's got it.
So before he leaves though, because I forgot to tell you this last time, he does pass over a piece of paper which has again it's another tag. I'll say it looks probably something like the red thing on the side of my wall. I don't know if you can see it a little bit maybe.
Yep.
Looks something like that. He says, "Follow this. If you lose me, this will take you there." And Jake, you recognise it as this is how these things are usually led. It's just through symbols on the wall. But cool. So then he just kind of heads off.
I'll go with him.
Are you going to walk with him, or are you going to sneakily follow him? I know one person can sneakily follow. How good are the rest of you at sneakily following?
If I had time, I could make myself sneaky. It's not actually that long to do it to myself. It's the scene to do it to other people. It's very quick to do it to myself. But I don't want to be stealthy. It makes more sense for them to be focusing on me and protecting the other people via me not stealthing. Yeah. Especially if he wants protection, and if he's running this club, he needs it.
Yep. Cool.
Do you want me to be stealthy?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Same again, David?
Yep.
Yep.
Just don't fail it, otherwise you lose 2 dice, remember?
No. 1, 2,
and you still have willpower
3.
as well. So you can...
Okay, so I got 3 successes.
I'll say that's enough.
Yeah?
Okay. Yeah, I'll say that's enough. Again, it's a busy marketplace. You can nip between shadows. You can even become somebody's shadow for a bit. It's not that hard for you. You're used to working in this kind of environment, and when you get out of the shadows, you are heading down darker tunnels again. So,
cool, bro.
That's easy enough. What about Mariana and Flex? Are you going to try and be stealthy? I can just imagine Mariana trying to be stealthy. But Flex, are you going to try and be stealthy?
Well, it would be fun to roll some dice, which were only hunger dice, right?
Oh no!
It's up to you.
I think yes.
How have I managed to keep you all alive this long? How?
Is it credit?
I don't know.
Normally you don't take us on missions.
I'm rationalizing this. Yeah, normally I do all this and then just lead you to the pot of gold, aka the people you eat. I'm realizing.
Well, let's say the benefits usually outweigh the negatives. I just had a very bad day.
So you had a bad day.
No, you have to sing that with a broken. Because
So you having bad day. Tear the world down. Do a sad song just to turn it around.
I always loved karaoke night when we did it. But then Jake broke the jukebox and then we never did it again.
I love this group so much.
okay.
Oh,
What'd you get, Flex? Go on.
I think leaving my artificial filters down makes me somewhat itchy, and it's getting a lot, like seeing everything, hearing everything, and then the feeling everything starts. Like I'm not directly touching this person, but I can feel their leather and jeans scrub against my skin, and I can smell them. I can smell all of them. I can smell the sweat, the piss, the beer, everything. And beneath that there is blood.
Uh-oh.
How badly did you fail?
I've no successes, but a 1.
Oh, God damn it.
Shit.
So, from what you just described there, I'm going to say that you want to take the extra hunger. You're also
Well-
going to take your clan compulsion and your clan bane, which for a Malkavian is. Let's have a look. Let's read it out to the wonderful people out there. If I can find. Why is this book so badly organised?
When the Malkavian suffers a bestial failure or compulsion, their curse comes to the fore. Suffer a penalty equal to your character's bane severity to one category of dice pools, physical, social, or mental, for the entire scene. This is in addition to any penalties incurred by compulsions. You and the storyteller decide the type of penalty and the exact nature of the character's affliction during character creation. I have problems with my sensory apparatus right now.
Yep.
Very much.
So I'm going to say any kind of like awareness things
Yeah.
will be at negative. Equal to so -2 to any kind of awareness abilities, anything that involve you looking or seeing or smelling. But yes, you are starting to sweat as well. Mariana and Alexei, you see this quite clearly happening. You see Flex starting to walk towards somebody, sweating slightly.
David.
Maybe. Yes.
Though I know it is not a common thing, how does diablerie help with hunger?
Well, diablerie is basically a vampire drinking another vampire dry.
And dry, because I believe you can actually feed off vampires without killing them.
You can do, but it's not probably the best idea.
Yeah. Not. Put it this way, I've not let him do this to me. For this very reason.
It is,
I'm asking
it is,
because
it is one of the ultimate sins, basically, of vampirism.
Well, that's really interesting. Good to know that. Didn't know. That's going to be fun for other things.
The only reason that it might happen, the only kind of things that it generally happens for is to gain other powers, gain powers from people. You would drink from someone to gain their powers.
Blood
or
bond.
they are obviously an enemy, and you're like, I'm fucking hungry. You're an enemy. I'm going to rip your face off. However, in this setting, there aren't obviously many vampires around, and it would be an absolute last resort.
Yeah.
There is plenty of bodies around.
Yeah.
It is not at the point where he would have to drink from you.
Okay.
Also, for me, that would be also very bad because it would go against one of my convictions. I'm not here to hurt you.
Yeah, but
I'm not here to hurt you. I can see auras.
It would form the basis of one of my convictions. So
if I see Flex going towards someone and we've recognized it before, I always go slip and put my hand into his. I'm like, no, we're going this way, remember? Come on. And sort of try and pull him away. I don't want to use compel, just more of a general sort of come on, they need us. Do you want to miss out? I've got so many books in my pockets just now, it's unreal. Yeah, trying to distract from, I know it's hard. That's the thing, I'm doing anything I can not to cause a scene, because I'm very good at causing a scene, but I want to draw attention away.
You're right. I'm sorry.
It's okay. We'll go for a big drink after this, I promise.
Yeah, this one doesn't last very long.
No, it's okay.
Yeah.
Tell you what though, I can get. Do you want to hear a haiku? It's brilliant.
Is it about this finger?
No, although I have a whole appendix, pun intended, on fingers, which I can show you later.
Great. You think we should reattach this?
At some point, I think it's advised.
Okay, great. Just because we are leaving the person right now.
Yes. You've taken their finger off them already? That was very quick.
I don't think there is a finger.
Oh, sorry. Tell you what, if you give it to me, I've got pockets now. They'll be right safe in these pockets.
And you give me an haiku?
Absolutely.
Great.
Okay, you ready? It's a proper exchange, okay?
Okay, great.
Delicate sand dunes. A humble, charming bee moos because of the box.
I like that one.
Yeah.
I honestly feel like I should take aggravated willpower damage.
I call that one B.
She's awful.
What I am going to do...
Is there another one called A?
I look quickly in the pamphlet to see if there is one called A.
Tom, you are currently at Hunger 4. I want you to take actually 2 points of aggravated willpower damage until, just because it's a nice, easy other mechanical thing we can do as well to represent the loss of control. You also, if you do manage to feed or you fall to the beast, which is going to be hilarious if you do, you can, and you lose all this hunger, you can get those 2 willpower back as you gain your sanity back a little bit. But you are now very much almost like a rabid dog biting at the leash. The beast inside you is clawing at your eyeballs. You can feel the back of your eyeballs scratching as you look at the people around you. You can almost see the blood pumping through their veins.
Where's the nearest point that I can get Flex into a corner or something that I can block with my body and hide him?
Well, there's loads of places you can do, but doing this, you will run the risk of losing DZ, obviously.
But I know how to find DZ.
Yep.
Oh, god damn.
I've got this, don't worry.
Okay.
Just go. It's all right, go ahead. You don't need me for interrogation, it turns out.
Mariana, you are my heart, but
I don't
God
think so.
damn when you...
You're losing him. Yeah. Bye.
Jake, who are you following? Are you going to stay? Are you going to stay with someone who is quite clearly about to try and rip someone's throat out, or are you going to go with your friend?
I'm following DZ because I feel an obligation to him at this point to find out what's going on.
Yep.
I feel like I need resolution to this puzzle, so I'm following him. I will glance over my shoulder and just make sure that Alexei at least is following me, because I'm sensible enough to realise that if I do get into a sticky situation, I'm not suitably equipped to get out of it. It's on my own.
Jake has that
I may
moment
need some help.
of flashing back an hour when Alexi was like, armor! Who wants armor?
Not us.
Yeah.
Nobody needs that. As I say, nothing bad's going to happen.
Fine.
Yeah. So yeah, okay, cool. I'm going to say that also both Mariana and Lex, you have seen the image and you know how to track him as well.
I would have pointed it out for everyone.
Oh, I thought that was like a sign for the lose. Okay.
Pretty
Have they
much.
are. They're like, ooh, gender neutral. Woohoo.
Yeah, cool. Okay, so we will. So Mariana, how are you helping Flex? And Flex is chomping at the bit. What's going on here?
Would I know if Flex has any particular what's the word, like things they don't drink on at all? Like obviously I know the blood bags were sort of a tied over like energy bar type thing, but is there anything particular that you can't drink at all that I would be aware of? Just again, it's just more to avoid, like, because Mariana will give you anything, but just being aware, I guess, like it's like this, no, that's poisonous. Okay, this, no, I'm allergic. Okay.
I don't think there's anything
There's
that
nothing exclusionary.
that I would object to,
Okay.
but I'm feeling very complicated in my head right now, and I would really appreciate if there was something in my drink that would help me with this.
I understand.
What I will say is, you are used to obviously living underground. There is a very clear, readily available source.
Yes,
is
that's what I was
probably
going to
not very
go for.
effective.
But it would it tie over until we can sort this out, if you see what I mean?
It would have the same effect as the blood bag did earlier. It would allow a little bit of modicum of self-control, but
Okay.
it would not remove the hunger.
Fine. That is again, it's that sort of thing where I don't want to offer up a rat, and he's like, no, how could you? How dare you? I was like, no, it's fine.
I'll say if you want to remove the hunger using rats, there's going to need to be a good 7 or 8 or 9 of them, and they're going to have to be big fat ones, and you're going to have to go out and catch them, and not nick them off somebody's stall. I can see you thinking on that one now. I'm just looking at Paul's background, and I'm also just seeing rats hanging off the.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm thinking as well. I'm guessing I don't have any money because I've spent it all on my fucking books. Right. If I could, I would like to use my, if I can find it. See what you think about this. So I've got rapid reflexes for the word we can never say, celerity.
Celery.
Celery. Yeah, celery. If I'm able to just like pick a couple of live rats like off somewhere, just like
a couple of a rat and a chicken, maybe. There'll be a few scraggly.
Yeah. Just like what? Quick, pick me up. Fast food. Not fast enough for me.
Yeah, you can certainly do that. What is it called again?
Rapid reflexes, celerity 253 if you need to look at it. So whilst their bodies still can't defy the laws of nature, vampires with this power perceive events instantly and can react with them with superhuman alacrity. They can observe incoming projectiles to the extent they can attempt to dodge arrows and even bullets without cover. I wish to predict where these rats are going and then skewer it with my heel and then take off my heel and be like, it's like a kebab. Rat kebab.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So there's no roll on this. If you're in combat, it would be you'd suffer no minuses to your defense.
Yeah.
But yeah, you can use rapid reflexes to either sneakily steal one off the thing, or stab it with your heel, or grab a chicken.
From my chorus day to do a quick sweep step, and I get like 3 of them, 2 on one heel, and 1 on the other.
Yeah. Cool.
One for the brood. Num num.
Yeah. So what we'll say is, if this obviously doesn't contain anything,
no,
it's just
I want to just
blood.
Yeah.
So Flex, you have a little bit of blood that allows you to. The scratching in your head and in your ears and behind your eyes, it kind of relaxes a little bit, and the beast calms down. But you can feel inside you, your stomach is knotting, and you are. If you were human, you would be salivating at that small little taste, and you are hungry. You need to feed soon because you cannot keep the beast under control much longer.
I sort of take both of Flex's hands and I sort of look very earnestly into Flex's face, and I'm like, I understand, but the others need us, and let's go. And I promise you, we'll have the biggest dinner, all on me. You know, I did quite well at the market today. I gave out all my books, so dinner's on me. Which you know to mean dinner's on everyone, because Mariana does not have money. But it's the thought that counts.
Cool.
Shall we?
Yeah, I'm feeling a little bit better, but
yeah, just a little flesh. That's all. But
let's
go help them, and I promise. Just a few more hours. It's like talking to a toddler who wants ice cream in a supermarket. He's like, I know, let's just get in the car, and then we can go home, and then we're gonna have it. I promise.
I'm sorry.
Don't be sorry. We all get a little bit hangry. You should have seen me last week at the Ritz. Gobsmacked. It's okay. I promise.
Cool.
Yeah, it's just like I don't think I can turn off right now, and
okay.
I don't feel I perform as well as I should. I'm very sorry.
We all have our bad days. Look, why don't you escort me down there? I don't get these newfangled symbols. Like, I thought he pointed to the toilet sign earlier. So if you can help, arm out.
I try. But it's just like it's very hard to not see them.
I know. It's okay. One foot in front of the other. Presumably ambulate towards where we need to go.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, and you follow the signs, maybe 5-10 minutes behind Jake and Alex.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I'm sure they're totally fine without us.
So, Jake and Alexi, we shall come to you now.
They have armor.
We will arrive just in time to save them, because everyone knows natural armor is the word. The pen is mightier than the sword and all that. And my voice is even mightier than the sword.
This is so going to end well. Mainly because I know what's coming up.
Oh no.
Cool. So you two kind of follow on then. So Jake and Alexi, you are following DZ. He's not talking to you. He doesn't want to be seen talking to you in connection with where he's going and what he's doing. You still have to keep a modicum of respect on these things, especially if you are possibly being hunted by the Protectorate. So he gets to the door, which is just a random metal sheet door in the wall. He knocks on it. You hear him whisper something, and he gets let inside. What do you do? He looks at you. Well, just before he goes in, he looks at you two and kind of gives you the nod, a slight nod to kind of say, come in here.
Okay, can I do some form of check to sort of, as we've already established, Alexi has connected with this coterie as part of them being the people he keeps alive. Can I check upon this building, sort of entrances, means of ingress, egress, ways that it could be attacked?
Yep.
You know, where the threat is going to come from, if it's going to be a threat.
Let me have a look.
I'm not sure what that would be, but
Let's do intelligence and insight.
could I sell you awareness instead of insight?
No.
Good.
Awareness is kind of just paying attention to things around you. Insight will be your kind of military training. Is how I'd think of it.
Good to know.
Or you could use investigation.
I will use investigation, as I have a skill in that. I was like, insight, that's reading people. I'm crap at that.
I suppose it is. Reading
Okay. So that they are one success. And on 3 dice, 2 which are hungry, it's just 1 success, because that is a... Oh, no, that's a 10, not the ones. I need to swap out that dice. That's barely readable in this fight. So that's 2 successes, a 10 on one of the dice, but no bloody critical this time. So 2 successes,
Cool,
no...
2 successes, yep. As you're walking around and checking the area out, from this side, it's not a building, obviously. It's just a wall with a door in it. There is no other entrance to it from this side. Obviously, you don't know behind it because you've not been into it, but it is pretty much just one entrance. And it looks very much like a beaten-in door that nobody would ever use. It's stealth door.
It's solid and sturdy, though.
Yeah,
and it's a solid.
Like, when DZ opened it and you look behind it, it is pretty much a vault door.
Okay, sweet. Then I will. I will wait outside. I will nod at where you're stealthing, Jake. I'm guessing we're aware of you, or do you just vanish from everyone?
It's. I'm actually a little. What do you think, David? Because it's not quite the same as the obfuscate one where you disappear. It's more that you just kind of melt into the shadows. But I don't know.
Yeah, it's kind of. What is it? There's one which allows you to basically move without being heard.
Yeah.
There's one which allows you to kind of melt into the shadows, but you can still make noises. I see it as a combination of those two.
Yeah, to an extent.
But this is a dark area, and you'd be a dark patch that's not making any noises in a dark region.
Maybe Alexi would be familiar enough with it to know roughly where he might find me.
Yeah. He'd also probably be aware that you might be watching him, so he'd know just to kind of say, do some sort of similar you'd pay attention to as well.
Yeah. So if I go in,
I will open the door for Jake as well, so it looks as if I'm like I will knock or whatever it required for the door to be opened. And I'll go, we've got additional guests coming, and then let Jake to go in whilst I wait outside and hold down this entrance.
Cool.
Sure.
Yeah. As you go in, Jake.
Yep.
I'm going to say, I'm hoping that you're of this generation of Manchester and you've been around for long enough. I'm going to say one club. I'm going to say Rock World.
Yep, I know exactly what you mean.
Yeah, so the door opens, and you're greeted by that entranceway that is very similar to Rock World. A little bit kind of like what's behind me here, but less neon graffiti. Probably just some nasty, horrible vomit stains probably on the wall. Maybe a white line of some kind. A few steps going up into the back, and then a turn off to the right. There is one guy stood by the door. He is very large.
Okay.
Very human, but very large.
Okay.
I'm guessing you're still in your shadow.
I am.
Yeah. He kind of looks at the door and sees the darkness moving through and looks a little bit confused. But he knows what the club is, so he kind of thinks he knows what it is, but he's also a little bit like, that's new. Not seen that before. And he's heard stories of other creatures. He's heard stories of ghosts and of wraiths and spirits, but he's yet to encounter any. Unlike you, obviously, who has a connection to these things.
I do.
But yeah, he stares at you as you kind of ghost past him, and he just kind of double takes and thinks, well, that was a bit weird, and then the door.
Yeah.
I'm guessing you closed the door again, Alexi?
Yeah. I was deliberately letting Jake in to scout, basically, whilst I wait to make sure that it is safe before, and if it's not safe, then I'm prepared to breach, basically.
Yeah, cool. Yeah. Then Jake, as you kind of go into, and you I'm going to guess you continue down the sticky floor corridor.
Yeah.
You get that wonderful feeling as you walk up beer stained floor, and you have to peel your feet off.
Yeah.
There's a bit of carpet which is no longer carpet, which is basically alcohol, and sweat and what
blood.
looks like blood. You can smell the blood in the air. With how hungry you are, you can smell that this place has been prepared for some feeding, and that there is fresh blood around, not just within those who want to be fed upon, but in other veins. And you walk through, and there is a table in the middle of the room filled with goblets. Some have a little bit of blood in them. There are people getting up, bandaging, putting bandages over their arm, looking very disappointed as DZ starts to hustle them towards the back of the room. Some of them, you notice, do a little bit of a chill as they feel something in the air as you walk into the room.
Cool. I would like to see if anything looks out of place or kind of as I wouldn't expect it, if you like.
Do you have any disciplines that would?
I don't know so my Auspex is sense the unseen, so more kind of otherworldly stuff, if you like. I'm thinking more kind of if there's any. We'd have been to clubs like this before.
Yeah.
So I'm wanting to kind of get a feel for whether everything feels like it normally would do there, or whether I can sort of see any sort of. I don't know. I'm thinking of things like body language that's out of character, that kind of stuff.
So I think in this case, this is intelligence and insight. This fits definitely intelligence and insight.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh no, wrong way around. Cool.
Yeah, three blood and 2 normal.
Yeah. Okay, so I got a 9 and a 7 on my blood dice and a 6 on one of my normal dice. And then the other 2 dice were 5s.
Nice, you have succeeded again. You are doing well. Your bane is not kicking in just yet.
Thank God.
Nothing looks out of place, really.
Okay.
It looks exactly like you'd expect it to be. The only thing that is a bit weird is that he is obviously taking them out the back, not the door that you came in. So there is obviously another entrance.
Okay. I feel like I probably want to go back. I don't know how to handle this. I feel like I want to go back and let Alexi know. I'm going to have to reveal myself for that.
No, you just need to knock on the door.
Oh right, okay. Yeah.
That's why I said knock on the door.
Okay, all right.
To let me know.
Yeah. All right. I'll creep back and I'll knock on the door. I don't know how the security guy is going to react to it, but.
Well, he knows. No, here's the thing. He knows there's someone outside.
Yeah.
So and it's a metal door. So
Alexi
is is smart in very
let's just see
specific
how
ways.
intelligent the security guard is.
I think he's one of those people from like Metal Gear Solid. Like, huh?
He's not very
Huh?
intelligent. He's like, huh? Huh?
Yeah.
Huh?
Oh, I watched a really bad movie on Netflix where basically someone goes into a computer game, like a 1990s scrolling shoot 'em up game, and they do it in real life. And so the guy just runs around, ducks behind a box, and the guy who's hunting him just goes, "What? Where's he gone? Where's he gone?" Walks off, gets back up, walks around behind him. No, he's turning around again, ducks behind the box. Like, what? Where's he gone? Just kind of imagining that happening as well.
Yeah.
Cool.
Must
Okay.
have been the wind.
Sorry, Tom.
Continue.
Yep. Cool. Okay. Well, when Jake comes back and knocks on the door, it's at the same time that both Mariana and Flex turn up, and you see Alexei, his big hulking form in his military fatigues, standing by this random metal door in the wall.
Are you all okay?
Well, fine for now. We've had a little pick-me-up, but we should look for takeout options later.
While this is
go-
going on, sorry, Flex, can you make me a composure
Uh-oh.
and composure?
Remember, you're in the presence of a lady. I don't know if that'll
I'm
help.
going to do something really weird here. I'm going to say composure and resolve. It's not usually 2 attributes, but I can't think of anything else that I want to use. Because you are getting a whiff of what is behind that door and what is on a table in the middle of the room. You can smell fresh blood. Only a slight taste, only a slight hint, but also you are suffering from your bane, which puts you at -2 to this. Because it's a sense.
I can't even use all my hunger dice.
You always use all your hunger dice.
Yeah, but
You don't have enough.
His pool is bigger. His pool would be smaller than his hunger dice.
Yeah.
Yes.
You would roll all your hunger dice then.
I still roll all my.
Yeah.
Ooh,
Oh, that's interesting.
I like the state.
Yeah, so you
so
get
you will
better the
always-
hungrier you are.
You will always roll your hunger pool.
Interesting.
Good to know.
At least as far as I am remembering that correctly.
I don't know. Even if not, it's fun. Let's do this.
I
In
like
the end,
I like the concept. I think that's the way it might either that or you roll your pool, but it's only the hunger dice. I can't remember.
In the end, it might be just the beast acting, and it's probably stronger than
if you end
Flex.
up getting 5 hunger, you are just going to rip through that door and run straight into the room.
He's gonna try.
And there's a security guard on the other side.
Yeah.
He's gonna try.
Well, my friends. There's strength in animalism. I've got 3 successes, 1 6, 1 8, 1 10.
Nice.
And the other dice was
It's a 5.
Ha
you can smell it, but you are the little snack that you had before was enough to keep control. You are aware that if you can just get through that door safely and calmly, that there is a drink waiting for you on the other side. You do not need to rush this. You have time to get there.
Yeah.
Maybe you
I
do a
sort of
little bit of a
squeeze his
tug
hand.
at Mariana to kind of speed up.
Yeah, I squeeze his hand. Going. Are we, Alexei? Are we
Yeah,
going?
we are. Yes.
Okay. Oh, open the door. Got to hold it open for us.
Alexi's normal genial way of dealing with Mariana's disrespect flickers when she clicks at him. Very actively
Oh yeah,
flickers.
I do proper click with the fingers. Yeah, of course I do.
And then he sort of
I do have
on
to
the
point
door.
out, just while we're doing this, I do love the fact that Jake's background is slowly taking over him as he's actually become the
Yeah, I
shadow.
know. He's already shadowed. It's great. I fucking love
I've
it.
actually turned my monitor brightness up to try and counteract it a little bit.
The shadows consume me.
I think it's like you've got a black background behind you, so your eyes are being read by the green screen.
I think it's amazing.
It's brilliant. It works so well for the La Sombra.
If it gets really bad, I might go and get another lamp. Just let me know.
No, just
It's
join
great.
me
We
as
know-
a bodiless voice.
Yeah.
The void is very nice.
I think it looks very atmospheric. I love it.
Yeah.
It fits.
Yeah.
It fits with the La
I'll remember it for
Sombra.
future.
I think it really
It does. It does. Yeah.
But yeah, cool. Okay, clicky fingers.
Door.
Yeah,
And the
I've
invisible
already
man-
banged on the door.
Sorry. Carry on.
Okay. No,
I banged on the door 3 times.
All right. Yeah, and Paul. Sorry, Jake.
Yeah.
So yeah, are you opening the door or not?
Oh,
That's for the security card to do, surely.
I thought the security was going to open the door. I'm kind of hanging back when they knock, but if the security guard doesn't move to open it, then I will.
Oh, okay. Yes. No, he opens the door, puts his head around, and goes,
Cool. No worries.
"You still here?"
Told you we were waiting on guests.
Fair enough. They're leaving, so you better be quick.
We're the way that they're leaving. Come on, you two. I must go. And I haven't looked at them. I've pointedly been looking over them at the middle distance. I parade perfect, swivel on a dime, and walk through the door.
I sort of holding Flex's hand like very tightly. I sort of go past him and go, "We're the party, and we've arrived." I go up the stairs, taking Flex with me.
As you enter in and the door closes behind you, you instantly feel that something's wrong.
Dear.
You look behind you. The security guard is no longer there.
Ooh, neat trick.
The door is locked behind you.
Less neat.
In front of you, you can hear screams. Bloody, terrified screams. You hear the pop, pop of a handgun going off. And then you hear something even more guttural. An animal-like roar echoes throughout the building. A visceral, carnal roar echoes towards you. You hear the wet slap, drip sounds of bodies being torn apart.
I am sprinting.
Much against my better judgment, I'm joining you.
Jake, would
Because
you
my
like to
friend's in
maybe
there.
do Sense the Unseen?
Yes, I do. Very much.
It's almost like there are werewolves in this thing.
Do you want me to roll? So if I roll for it, that's going to be wits and auspex.
Yeah.
It's free to activate.
Yeah.
So wits is 4. I've got 1 in auspex, and then I need to replace 2 more of them. I get 4 successes.
Cool.
Nice.
You
Yes.
are very much aware that a werewolf has been let loose in this building. But what you are also aware of is it is not a normal werewolf. There is something different about its aura that you sense. It is savage. It is hungry. It is wild. And it is broken.
I'm feeling like the Protectorate have got a new toy.
And I'm also loving this because I think Paul knows that in real life, Paul knows how bad werewolves are in this game.
Yes.
And you don't.
Be afraid. Be very afraid.
I already am.
I feel like Potentially, we'd have. I'm just trying to think of a suitable code word.
Oh God!
Moon.
A fox in the hen house. A fox
Yes.
in the hen house.
Yes.
To the hen house, yeah.
Yes.
How could I forget our key thing, which is birds?
Yes. Fox in the hen house. And the moon is full.
Yeah.
Boy.
Yeah.
Title of Mariana's next novel.
Fox in the hen house and the moon is full. Shit!
In the hen house and the moon is full. You're getting close to a haiku on those words alone.
Great.
It doesn't stop Alexei. He's barreling forward because the door's not there anymore. So the only way he knows to get out of this is forwards.
Also, you've probably always wanted to fight a werewolf.
No, I have not. Again, guerrilla war. Alexei is not brag. He's not one of my other characters. He doesn't just want to increasingly fight dangerous things. He's fighting a guerrilla war, which means you fight smart and you disappear when you need to.
That option is out of the window, I think.
There's
blood. There are people dying.
Oh, yeah, so, Flex.
Innocent people dying, and there's blood everywhere. And there is a giant furry blood bag that is going to try to harm you and Alexis and Jake. And I'm not here to let this happen, you know? And even though I never defended myself with a knife, I pull out the knife.
It's all right. You know there's a gun in there somewhere. Go find the gun.
I will get me a gun.
Yeah, the ineffective weapon against werewolves, I'm sure.
We're all running to see what's on the dance floor. Is it murder? And I have completed Vampire, everyone. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you. I will see myself. As I am running, David, I am acting my vicissitude on myself, and I am growing barbed hooks where my knuckles would be. So the third knuckle down, I'm growing rows of barbed hooks on them.
This is a rouse check?
Yep.
I'm going to rouse for my shadow tentacle.
That's an 8. I'm fine.
One second, Paul, what did you say? That was very quiet.
I'm rousing for the arms of Araman.
Okay. You've gone very quiet all of a sudden, Paul.
I have.
Oh, no, there we go.
Proximity
Is that better?
Yeah,
Sorry.
Sorry, as the darkness consumes you, so does your voice, so you must lean forward and project.
Wow. I got a 10 for my rouse.
Vampire Warg, that would be terrifying.
Oh, God. Yes. Yes, I successfully roused. I'm not any hungrier. Thank God.
We've got one person nearly going beast mode. This would actually be a great point to go beast mode.
That's right.
I was thinking that, but...
I'm going beast mode.
I'm planning something fun.
So on my dice pool, I get 4 successes, which I'm actually going to use all of them because I can, as I'm running down the corridor, I can begin to change my body. I am pumping up my strength. I am causing the natural weapons, and they're the only things I need to do to my. You know what? I'm gonna drop my dexterity by 1 more. My strength is now 5.
But you have no dex.
I have to have a point of dex. I cannot drop anything to 0.
Yeah. But
I'm just less dexterous than normal.
it means you're going to get punched in the face. Cool. Okay. So we have a tooled up Zumichi running headfirst in. Our shadow mage is
Running right alongside me, apparently.
running alongside you, incanting his dark magics. What is Flex doing? I'm guessing Mariana's probably going to try and claw at the door to get out in a second.
Flex is trying to keep up with Alexis, and I changed plans already again, and I'm trying to find the target that Alexis is gonna attack, and I would like to interrupt whatever is happening shortly before Alexis is going to hit his attack, because I want to do something fun.
Okay. So we'll come to how combat works in a second on that one, because combat it's a little bit interesting in the way that it works. And so Mariana, what are you going to do?
So lads, I don't know if you noticed, I've not built myself for combat.
You've built yourself for social combat.
Yeah, yes, the encounters of the wits and the wordy. Yeah. So I think obviously letting Flex go with the three of them, and obviously all three of you doing your very cool moves, I sort of fine, and I sort of undo my petticoats to reveal like I've got trousers underneath anyway, which do also have pockets, but the books are on the ground. I'll be back for these. I say to no one because the fucking bodyguard's already gone. And I'm like, right, so, and I will stealth to where to the room. Like I'm not running straight away. I'm going to be stealthy and see what's going on, and if anyone rushes past me or anything like that, you know, get a more information, because obviously I don't know what the fuck is happening, because again no one's told me what's going on. Again, I've been left out of it. You know, but I say that in my inside voice. Are
you sure? Are you sure it's your inside voice?
I may be muttering it quite loudly under my breath, but I am calm. I am very calm. I'm not hysterical. You know, that sort of. But yeah, I will stealth towards the room, essentially.
Cool. Okay. Make me a Dex stealth, please.
Dex stealth. So question: are these surroundings a little bit more beautiful than the surroundings they were before?
For a vampire, probably.
I don't know.
Yes, because of the association with what should have been happening there. Mm-hmm. It would be slightly more, I'd say, ornate in a way. You'd be as you'd move,
palatable.
Yeah, palatable. Yeah. But as you'd move into the main room, it would become a more luxurious look.
Good,
but it's not massively luxurious because you have got this visceral roar going on in the background.
Oh, and yeah. My ears are very delicate, so I understand that. Yeah, because otherwise I would be rolling with full hunger. But thankfully I'm not. So it's just one normal, 2 hunger. So that's fine. Alright. I get 1 success on the blood dice, but the rest are just 2s.
Do you want to spend a willpower point?
Go on then. I'll do that.
As you might have gathered, we might be in the end scene, so you might as well.
Are we in the end scene? Oh no. Yeah, no, it's fine.
You're all
that is another success on the normal dice.
Also, you managed to stealth to a certain extent.
Yeah, look, these 3 are being real big distractions. I'm just going to come in at the end and like maybe talk to the reporters about how brave I was.
You're coming in the end just as they're about to land that final blow and just steal the kill off them. That's who you are. That is exactly who you are.
So yeah, that's what I'll do.
Okay, cool. So, Alexi, you arrive first into the room, and you see carnage. There are body parts everywhere. Male, female, anything. There's just body parts everywhere. There is blood splattered up the walls. The table has been turned over and all the goblets scattered across the floor. In the middle of the room there is a 15-foot tall, hulking animal. There is a werewolf in this room, and it has its face in the belly of a young girl. He is chowing down, ripping the innards across and spreading them across the room. Flex, you come in at just a step behind Alexi, and Jake, you are just behind Flex.
You wanted to do something before me, Flex? What's going on?
So, the way combat works here, just for those who are watching, and for Fiona and obviously Ben who have never played this before, and actually I think Tom, you've never played this before either. Combat works in very much a storytelling way. There is no initiative in this at all. We go around, all four of you. You state what you want to do, and kind of have a conversation about how it's going to go for you guys, and then I will state what the werewolf is going to do in reaction to what you have decided.
I'm gonna mess with that.
So it's all about kind of you create the scene rather than you go first. But I wanted to do this, now I can't because the beast has moved. So we talk about it all together.
Okay.
Wonderful.
So we will start with obviously Flex, because you say you wanted to say something.
I want to give Alexis a setup for an attack. Mm-hmm. I would love for Alexis to go in there, and just before he arrives at the wolf, I just gonna shout with all my might, "Forget," at the werewolf, so he would forget that Alexis is right in front of him.
Oh, you're gonna mind wipe the fucker.
I gonna mind the last minute from his mind.
Amazing.
I just 1 second. I'm hearing banging and crashing, which means Captain probably is recreating the scene we're seeing right now with something small and fuzzy. So I will be right back.
All right, no worries.
Okay, cool. Well, while he's doing that, what power is this again, Tom?
It's Dominate 1, Cloud Memory, page 265. I have to roll Charisma plus Dominate versus Wits plus Resolve, and I don't think that are the strong suits of this mad werewolf.
Let me have a look at what I gave it. I created stats for this because there are obviously there were no stats for a werewolf in V5. But so where is it? Where is he? What was he again? Sorry? Wits and Resolve.
Wits and Resolve, that's right. Okay. It is free. It doesn't cost me anything. So I have to find another power that will push me over the edge next round.
So you roll yours, I'll roll mine.
Wonderful.
So in the general world of darkness for, I would say, for Fiona and Ben, but Ben's not here at the moment. We'll wait till he's back on while Tom is making his rolls. So in general world of darkness, if you go back to 20th anniversary edition and the editions before, the worlds, all the books intertwine. So Werewolf, the Apocalypse, Vampire the Masquerade, Wrath of Oblivion, Changeling, and Mage, they all kind of come together. And there are stats that you can take from the games and cross them over and stuff. Because V5 is the newest edition, and none of the other editions have them yet, you can kind of borrow from Vampire 20th, Werewolf 20th, but the rule systems are not quite compatible. So I've pre-generated this. So you've got 4 successes.
And a 1 on my hunger die.
Oh God, help us all!
No!
You're already under your clan bane, aren't you?
Yeah.
It's not under his compulsion.
I think my compulsion would be just go more mad.
Yeah, the compulsion is not going to work here.
Hunger 5.
I'm going to say Hunger 5. You are now under control of the beast. There is a lot of fucking blood around here as well. But what you have managed to do is you have managed to cloud the memory of the wolf in the room. It is not aware of Alexi. It is aware of everybody else. It is aware of you in the room. It's probably not that much aware of Jake because Jake is a shadow still. Have you kept that up, Jake?
I have.
Yep. So
like,
now
nope.
we now have the issue that the wolf is aware of the person who's probably about to go lick all the walls.
I have armor too.
So yes, you have succumbed to the beast. Every action you now take is purely directed towards drinking blood. And the only way you stop is when you have drunk enough blood to take yourself down to hunger 1. and that is effectively draining a human dry.
I see a werewolf.
There are.
I thought that would
no,
reduce you to 0 if you drain someone dry.
not if you hit hunger 5.
Oh.
Um,
Jake, I'm really sorry.
just 1 second. Flex, yes, there is a werewolf, but that is not human blood. That does not slake your hunger as much as the amount of blood scattered around this room and the body parts that are scattered around this room. Every action you take has to be towards drinking human blood. With a werewolf probably about to jump on your back.
No, it's not.
No, it's
I
not,
got a
because
tank.
we're going to go through the rest of the conversations of everybody else first, and then the werewolf will decide what he's going to do. So,
Jake?
Jake, Jake, so what we're going to do now, because that actually affected the werewolf, we made those rolls now. With Jake and Alexi, the werewolf we won't make any rolls until the werewolf decides what it's going to do. So, Jake, what do you want to do?
I was going to try and use the arms of Araman to restrain the werewolf whilst Alexi wails on it.
Cool. We can have
Yeah,
that.
so basically shadow tentacles creep out of the walls to kind of grab its limbs and try and hold it back so that he's not having to actually parry it so much, and he can literally just go for it.
Yeah, cool.
That's my intention.
That's your intention. So we can say that will happen. You fought together as a group before, so Alexi is aware of what is going on. This is a tactic that you've all planned, maybe.
Yeah.
And so, Alexi, you have a feeling that you know that this might happen.
Regardless of whether or not that happens, because I know that there's a chance it might not because of the manifestations and stuff like that, Alexi is going to dive tackle this thing and pin it to the ground. But I have claws on all my knuckles, and I'm going to be pulling this thing apart. And because of my lethal body, my unarmed attacks do aggravated damage still.
So
And
you
because
are
of my
looking
hooks,
to brawl.
I am brawl grappling it specifically.
Okay.
And bringing this
So you
thing
have a
down.
specialization in it.
I have a specialization in grappling, yes.
Cool. Okay. Well, in that case, the werewolf is unfortunately unaware of you, but is very much aware of our very, very hungry friend here.
Mm-hmm.
We have now created a new children's book, The Very, Very Hungry.
A very hungry werewolf.
Another one to add to Mariana's collection: The Very Hungry Vampire and The Very Hungry Werewolf. So yeah, the werewolf is going to try and attack Flex. But first, we will see what happens as he jumps to reach for Flex. The arms of Ariman are going to go first.
So
you'll have to remind me of what the rolls are
Come
for
on,
this.
Jake.
So I do wits and oblivion. Now, question: can I? And I'm really not sure whether I want to do this, but can I use my blood potency to add a couple more dice?
You want a blood surge?
I want a blood surge.
Go for it.
What's a blood surge?
Yeah.
So I'm going to. So correct me if I'm wrong. So I roll 2 dice to blood surge because I've got blood potency of 2. Is that right?
Let me remember blood surging. I was looking at this a couple of days ago and I've now completely forgotten what it is.
Yeah, I Jake, you might be able to answer this. Can a dice pool go over 10?
Yeah.
Yes.
Excellent. Okay, I made blood surge as well then.
Blood surge you get to do once per scene.
Yeah.
It's free to do, and you get the bonuses and the negatives that are on, in this case, blood potency 2.
Yep.
So if you blood surge, you're going to get all of those things, which gives you an extra 2 dice.
Yes.
And
But
some
You
other
have to
things.
rouse check for them.
Yeah, just give me.
Yeah.
I'm okay with this.
Because
So
if I fail, I know why.
It's all in the new book because they've changed it. So it's in the companion. I'll just bring up the companion. Got the companion open. I'm just trying to find it. Where is it? The companion annoyingly doesn't have bookmarks on it. So
Is it in the erratas and rules update section?
Yeah.
Then it's from page 139
Oh,
onwards.
I've got it here. So blood potency, you add 2 dice. So your blood surgeon, you add 2 dice. Damage mended is 2 points of superficial damage. You get to add +1 die to power to discipline powers. If you want to do a discipline rouse reroll, the check, it's a level 1, so it's rolling 2 dice and choosing the highest. Your bane severity is 2, and it's harder to slake your hunger.
What's Bane severity?
Bane severity is 2, and it's the number of dice you'll lose if you take your clan Bane, which is why Tom's at -2 to smell and hear and things. So you get if you're blood surging, you're rolling 2 dice.
Yep, going to do that. And I got a 7 and a 2.
So you're fine. It happens because you picked the 7, and you get +1 dice to your discipline power.
Perfect. Okay. So that means I get to roll 8 dice, 3 of which are hunger dice. So it's so Arms of Araman is wits and oblivion. My wits is 4. My oblivion is 2, which gives me. Oh, hang on. No, that's not right. 4, 6. So it's 6, dice. And then so there's 7 dice. Right. Okay. Cool. All right. So it's so I got 2 9s. I got a 7, and then I got a 5, 3. Sorry, 5, 4, 3, and a 1.
Cool. Do you want to spend a willpower to re-roll?
Yeah, I might as well.
3 successes so far.
Yep. Let me just.
Is it against anything?
I actually don't know. Hang on.
It's oblivion. Let me just. While you're doing that, I'll have a look.
So I re-rolled and I got 2 more successes, so I have 5 successes.
Cool. The user takes 1 turn and pays the cost summoning the shadow appendages. Using these, the vampire can perform the bludgeoning and grappling attacks against distant targets every subsequent turn. Additional arms can be created from the dust. So yeah, so nothing happens this turn.
Yeah.
But next turn you get to basically punch it from afar.
Okay. Cool.
The arms use the vampire's wits plus oblivion to attack and deal superficial damage or grapple, adding half the user's potence rating. So we'll come to that next round. But it is definitely being attacked by weird tentacles, shadow arms coming out, and it has managed to leap at Flex, but it's in midair at the moment.
Sure.
So, Alexi, would you like to make your grapple?
Yep. So I am also blood surging. So I roll 2 dice. I'm looking for 6 pluses. If I get them, I add the dice that got 6 pluses to my dice pool. Is that correct?
No. If you, it's the same as a rouse check, but this time you're rolling 2 dice. In fact, I've just realised we should have been doing this the entire game, because a rouse check is always 2 dice at blood potency 2. You roll 2, you pick the highest. So I've done that wrong. I apologise to anybody who's watching. So Tobias, Flex, you're probably not meant to be blood raging at the moment, but fuck it, it's funny.
So I got an 8. So
yeah, so that's fine. You only need 1 success, and you get to. Well, you'd still get them. You just go hungry.
I'm fine with that. So I'm now rolling 12 dice. Is that correct?
What?
My brawling plus my current strength is 10.
Yep.
That's why I asked if I could go beyond 10 dice. So our blood surge adds 2. That's 12 dice.
Oh yeah, because you're only brawling, aren't you? Yeah, so it does add 2. Yeah, so it's 12 dice.
And my brawling deals aggravated damage because I have a lethal body.
Cool. This is a werewolf.
Yep.
So good luck, because he is also going to be rolling dexterity and athletics.
Yep.
Which to him are, I've written this down somewhere.
Okay. I'm gonna take a picture of this now. David knows why I'm doing this.
Yes. Because he's going to send it on the Discord chat and scare me.
I absolutely am. Done. So that's my current number of successes. So that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 successes already. And then I'm going to spend a point of willpower to re-roll the remaining 5 dice.
Yep, cool. I think someone's about to learn how hard werewolves are.
That's another 2 successes, but they're 10s. So
both of them are 10s?
Both of the dice are 10s.
So that's another 4 successes. So that's 11 in total?
That's 11 plus an additional 2 because of my claws is 13.
And
aggravated damage.
13 points of aggravated damage, ignoring the first point of armor.
Okay, cool. The werewolf is pinned underneath you.
Yep.
He turns around, now fully aware that you're here. Growls at you with a smile on his face. You do appear to have punched a hole in him, but he's not very happy.
I'm fine with this.
Yeah, the image has only just come through now, but cool. Yeah, he's not a happy chappy now. He wasn't beforehand anyway, but cool. And as this happens, as you land on top of this werewolf and basically ram your hands, your claws into its shoulders and pin it down, Mariana, you walk into the room and see this happen as a werewolf basically turns its face around, trying to bite off Alexi's head.
Hang on. What can I do?
We've had great success from the effect compel.
My reputation precedes me. Well, I would use compel, but I want to just double check because it says issues the. I guess victim here just obviously is another word for target, like a creature and stuff like, rather than like I plan to drain this person of blood, because obviously I have no intention. Like I've just eaten. So yeah, I will lock eyes with this horrific creature, and I'm just gonna say one word. I'm just gonna say sit, and compel it to sit.
Unfortunately, with compel, you do need to lock eyes with it.
Yes.
It's locking its face on Alexi at the moment. You
but
are
I'm stunning.
Unless you walk into that room and literally walk up to it and go face to face with it.
Ooh, I don't know if I'd do that.
You can't lock eyes with it from a distance.
That's understandable. All right. All right. That's plan B for when it tears Alexi's face off and then looks around for another target. I'll be there. I guess
be there for you.
I'll be there. I would like to take a strategic positioning behind some tables, and then plan my next move.
Maybe take a drink while you're at it.
Well, if there is like a wine glass, I would definitely go like as if it's like sort of like this, and
Maybe you're making notes ready for your next book.
The notes are in here, darling. Yes.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, guys. I have absolutely nothing to help with this fight. So.
Cool. Okay. So that is round 1 over. Next round. Again, we will go. Well, we'll start with Flex again because you're underneath the werewolf. You're not being pinned. We kind of only pinned by it because of the weight of it lying on top of you. The werewolf is basically rolling around on the floor with Alexi at the moment. But we'll deal with Flex because Flex has one specific need that needs filling at the moment. So we will do that first.
I need my hands free for this. I drop the knife. It lands with a very wet sound on the floor. And There was something screaming over there. I am full of blood and I'm all open right now. I'm sorry. It's still moving. It's triggering things.
Yeah. I mean, waste not, want not.
Yeah. She's probably going to die.
Either
way,
so she is definitely going to die, or worse, turn into a werewolf.
I should prevent this, but that's not a thought that I'm having.
Yeah, that's a thought you'll have when you've finished.
Yeah, probably. So I'm reappearing very much next to this person, and then I'm gonna drain them.
Cool. That'll be your turn. You can drop yourself down to Hunger 1, and you can remove those willpower things that you took a couple of times ago. So you are now probably the most satisfied feeding-wise that you have been for a very, very long time. But also, you have just killed somebody.
Yeah. That's going to be my problem next turn, I believe.
That will be your problem next turn, yes.
That's
a problem for future flex.
That's for future flex, yeah. Don't worry about it right now.
Brilliant. Cool. Okay, and we'll do the same thing. So, Jake, because you are not physically involved in the fight, you have tentacles wrapped around this thing.
Yep.
I'm trying not to make dodgy jokes about this.
Claws. You've got claws wrapped around this thing.
Yeah. So it's a was it a brawl attack, wasn't it?
I think you literally roll the wits in Oblivion. That's what you roll to attack.
Yeah, so you roll wits in Oblivion to attack and deal superficial damage or grapple. So you can grapple it and pin it down and things.
Yeah.
What does pinning do in this?
It puts a negative on my values.
That's what I want to do. I want to literally. I just want to kind of pin it as best I can.
Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can grapple it. I will have a quick look at grappling rules, but go for the wits and Oblivion roll.
Yep.
This thing is already in combat, so it's going to be a negative 2 dice to actually deal with this, which is what are his stats again? I think I just maxed everything out, didn't I? Pretty much. Yeah, there we go. But because it is in combat, it's going to lose some dice on this. So we're looking to. Oh, yeah, that many. Cool.
I got 4.
You got 4?
Yeah.
I rolled 2 10s. So I got 4, 5, 6, 7. The shadow puppets that come out the wall to try and pin it down, just kind of, the werewolf is aware of this, and it kind of half shifts into the Umbra. Is that right? The Umbra? I can't remember the name.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Umbra.
Yeah.
And the tentacles just, or the spirits just fade through it, and then it comes back again, and it growls and turns back towards Alexei. As he goes, I have tricks too.
This is the first time I'm meeting a dog who can also talk.
I didn't actually do the werewolf's attack last time, but whatever.
Well, I thought I had actually interrupted his attack. I didn't realise it then got to change its action.
Well, it's the way that it can kind of do it. It can either attack you or it can kind of defend. But this time, yeah, we're basically just going to rip each other's head off.
Basically.
So I'm guessing you're just going to keep pummeling it?
Oh, God, yeah. Yeah. There's absolutely no reason for me to not. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Another picture for the damage here, because that is another pair of 10s. no ones on my hunger dice. So that's 3, and 10s are worth double, aren't they?
So if you have 2 10s.
Yes, 10s are worth double if you've got a pair of them.
Yeah. So
So
a pair
that
of 10s
is
is worth double.
7, 9 points of aggravated body damage, and again ignoring the first point of armor.
Okay, I have got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. No, I've got 9 as well. So we cancel each other out. We
Okay.
only do weapon damage to each other. Now, your weapon is 2, isn't it?
It is +2.
Yeah,
it's
so
the number of
it's that.
successes I roll +2.
Yeah. So I've got 9, so our successes cancel out. So it's just the plus bit. Yeah. Cool. It is at that. And this guy's weapons are much bigger than yours. It's its face. It has massive claws, massive teeth. It does 4 points of aggravated damage to you.
Okay. I ignore 2 points of that.
Because you've got armor, yeah. Oh, I've got armor as well. I completely forgot about that.
I ignore the first point of yours.
You do, but I have a lot of armor.
Yeah, I'm just letting you know that for the past 2 turns.
No, I took it for the last one, but I forgot to take it for this one.
Okay.
Yeah, so he as you lift up a hand to punch it again with your claws, he feels the relaxation of tension and just swings its head that way and takes a chomp out of your shoulder. Doing 4.
This is a scream. This is a definite scream. I am going to try and pull its
in the next
arm
round.
off,
We
though.
still have Mariana if she decided she wants to try anything.
Well, Mariana to the rescue, obviously. So, GM, you said earlier when we were running upstairs, there was the sounds of like pop pop, so a handgun going off somewhere. Do I see a handgun anywhere near me?
Make me a wits and awareness.
Oh. Hang on.
There's a lot of blood and a lot of other things lying around. It's probably not going to be the easiest thing to see.
I know.
I know. Okay, so wits and awareness with the 2 blood dice. Okay, so that's 5 in total. All right. 3 successes. No failures, no nothing else.
Yeah, no, there's no handgun. There's no weapons in this room whatsoever.
Rubbish.
There also appears to be nobody in this room that has been shot.
Outside.
Oh, it's come in. Interesting. Okay. Is there? You might have already said this. So apologies. Has the fire alarm gone off at all?
You're in an underground sewer. You think there's a fire alarm?
Is there an evacuation alarm? Like,
Nope.
Oh, it's not one of those clubs. There's illegal, not safe for sanitation. God, honestly, at this point,
on those 3 successes, can I point something out that probably has definitely happened in this situation?
Possibly.
Yeah, go for it.
See.
You might not see the gun that you heard the shots coming from, but you know for a fact that Alexei has a gun and he is brawling a werewolf, so it has probably flung out of his pocket somewhere.
Yeah, but she's looked around the room. It is not in the room, so it's probably still connected to you. It's not fallen off you yet.
Okay, that's fine.
You have a gun
Oh,
holster. You've probably
wait. No, I know. Flex dropped a knife.
Yes.
I realize it's my time to shine. And I see
this is going to end
Alexei.
so well.
Oh, indeed. I wish to run, like cool slide, like Matrix slide, grab the knife, stab it in its head.
That will be your next turn because you did your awareness thing. So that's your next turn. With that,
that's fine. Yes.
We will have future flex problems.
First.
Sounds good.
So future flex. You have just drained this poor. I don't know. Who is it? Boy, girl, what?
You said it was a girl.
Did I? Oh, I can't remember. Okay.
A young woman.
Gutted girl.
No, the werewolf was eating a gutted girl. I think I just said this one had no leg. But either way. In very typical vampire fashion, You're not hungry, but you've done something really bad. How do you feel?
Well, everything is fine, right? I just rearrange my headphones, turn on the music on maximum level, and then I'm gonna take this feeling of having somebody killed who was in a vulnerable state and probably caught up in a situation they had no idea they were in and were set up to die in. Well, it would be hell to transgress against one's convictions, right? So we're gonna do the healthy thing and deny ourselves to think about it. I'm just feeling really great.
I'm guessing through your music you've got the Lego theme tune, Everything is Okay, going.
Everything
is fine.
Everything is awesome indeed.
Awesome, right. And I'm thinking through my options. I could get another read on this beast, but it just would learn that there's a werewolf and it can change into the umbra and stuff like this. So I could continue mind crushing it until it doesn't know who or what it is in the next few minutes. And I could use the only weapons left to me, which are my fangs. And I could try werewolf blood for the first time. Also, I could land myself with my 2 armor as another punching bag and protect my friends this way.
Whatever you're doing, please help, because this thing, I am fighting a losing battle. I was aware of this when I took this thing on. I knew I would not win this fight, but I do require some assistance from the group because it will kill me very quickly. I am rolling obscenely well, and the worm will turn.
Literally, you smell of the worm. This is why it is eating you. Nice wet. I'm not sure whether you understand. You understood
the Ouroboros, yes, yeah. The worm. Yes, I understand that. That's the reference I get.
Hey.
I tried to catch Mariana's eye contact. I point at the werewolf. I make finger guns against my head. And then I take off my headphones again. And I try to get my teeth into its neck. And gonna suck the fucker dry.
Jump on it and try and suck it dry. Okay.
Yes.
It is pinned.
It is pinned, which means it's only rolling 10 dice.
Oh.
I'm going to blood surge.
Cool, which will give you so roll a rouse check. Actually, no, I'm not going to. No, don't roll a rouse check. You've literally just fed. Fuck it. You're not going to get hungry. You are well sated.
Hungry.
So brawl and dexterity, please. Oh wow! I feel like I need to share this roll because that is horrendous. I've done all right so far in this game for rolling dice, but now I have come back to my usual state.
Oh, that's good to hear. It's the return of killing the goddamn dragon in 2 turns.
Yeah, you fucker.
Well, I'm also I really do like my ones at my red dice, and I got 3 successes.
Hey.
Great. I've got a willpower point left. I've got 1 willpower point left.
I also have willpower points left.
How do we get willpower back? Because
you get willpower back every game.
Okay. So it's something that we're meant to spend. It has no adverse effects for spending it.
No.
Other than the points when sometimes you can actually take willpower damage from social combat and things, and some when you run out of willpower, bad shit happens.
Good to know.
Yeah.
I don't think I have to worry about that right now. If Mariana is mean about my jacket, I will point out the fact that it had werewolf bitten through it.
Cool. Okay, Tom.
And that you have no head now.
Okay, so Flex, what was your final result?
Yeah, I can't roll more than my 3 successes.
I rolled 5.
I don't believe
and
you.
having to use a willpower to do it. I rolled 1 success on the first fucking roll.
Ooh.
I would take the
that was
first one.
horrendous. Right, so you do manage to jump on it, and you do manage to grab it, but because it's thrashing around and trying to bite off Alexi's head at the moment, you are unable to sink your fangs into it or cause it any damage, but you're on its back now. So it's got another thing to kind of cope with, shall we say.
Wrap his head around.
With that, who wants to go next? Who wants to describe what they're doing next?
I'll let Jake go. Yeah.
Oh yeah, because he's got the tentacles that he can still play with.
Yeah, I'm just gonna try and restrain it again.
Yeah. As a point, it's very clear that the writers knew that people would make tentacle jokes because they are actually described as arms.
Yeah.
Yeah, they did get some things right in the book. Oh, for fuck's sake. And I've got no willpower left now.
Good.
1, 2, 3.
Luckily, werewolves don't have hunger dice.
So I got 3 successes, and then I got 2 1s, one of which is on hunger dice.
Okay, so you take your clan bane, which you've already got at the moment, so that doesn't change. But you have not failed because I rolled 1 success again on fucking 10 dice.
Yes. Yes.
So it takes. How does it affect armor? Do we reckon?
It doesn't mention anything about it.
I mean, I'm just trying to grapple it so that it's
This-
kind
Oh,
of
you're just trying to add. Yeah, okay. So it's just it's an extra -2 to its.
Yeah.
pool.
to its attack rolls against the other guys.
Yeah, no, that works.
I'm just trying to restrain it. Yeah.
A tentacle, an arm comes out of the ground, latches over one of the arms that is flailing across as it's trying to rip Flex off its back. The arms come up, grab it, and pin the arm down to the floor. The black, shadow-like arms come out of the floor.
Cool.
So it's going to now be at rolling that mini dice. Right, who wants to go next?
Ariana?
I will. My time to shine! Slide. Cool knife flip. Stab. Not into Alexi, obviously. Into the werewolf.
Or into Flex, who's also on it as well.
I've had a very tiresome evening.
Okay.
Just found my books was propping up a fucking stall. This is terrible.
So you are actually using a weapon here. So this is a melee attack.
Okay. Oh.
So it is
I put some
melee
points into melee.
and dex.
Okay. I will do that.
And it is going to ignore you. It doesn't know you're coming.
Oh, how wrong it is. Rue the day that someone did not know Mariana Brooks was coming into the fight. 2 successes. I'm going to use a willpower. I'm very cross. That's a 10 and a 7. That's 4 successes.
You slide along the floor towards the werewolf, looking graceful and beautiful as you do it. The knife stuck out in front of you. You have aimed at it perfectly, in between Flex and Alexi.
Yep.
0 damage.
As you run up, you hit its raw hide that is so tough and strong that you are unable to pierce its skin.
I use my heel instead.
But with the blade being so sharp and from a trained operative who has managed to keep his blade sharp, you do manage to nick the skin. It doesn't pierce it, but there is now a slice upon the skin.
Great.
Because the weapon does actually have a damage rating. It's not just...
Yeah.
I think it's a +1, isn't it, for knives?
Yep. So yeah, you managed to nick the skin a little bit.
I help!
Look, everybody, I helped! It's bleeding! I did that!
Get gun! Gun in pocket! Get gun!
Alexi, I hate it when you shout. Just use your inside voice.
Right, Alexi, would you like to continue getting eaten?
I mean, I kind of want to defend against it because there's other sources of damage there now. But we gobble each other's dice on successes anyway, so...
Remember, I'm now I'm at -2 because of the...
Yeah, I feel like I should just be attacking because you'll gobble my dice, but you'll gobble less of my dice with everything else that's happening, and the more damage I do to you, the faster this is over. I'm just going to fall on an attack. We can only blood surge once, can't we? We can't do it like twice up to our potency.
No, you can only do it once per scene.
Okay, that's fine. Would have been really great, but...
Totally forgot I could blood surge. Never mind. Next time.
Oh, but there is another option. One second, I just have to check something. No, that's the right thing. I'm just in the wrong page for it. Because I can use my power to torture people.
Oh,
and
yes,
it's specifically noted that it is absolutely terrifyingly bad torture.
It's flesh crafting, isn't it?
Yeah, flesh crafting, my level 3 for my vicissitude, protean vicissitude. So what would this do instead? It would take a full scene to do, though. I don't know how long a scene that would be too long for this one.
Yeah, that's not. It's not a combat thing.
Yeah, it's an out of combat sort of horrible thing.
You have to sit there and prep the body and slowly mutate it and do weird shit.
Yeah, and it deals aggravated damage, which is what I'm doing anyway by just battering the thing. Never mind. It was a cool idea. Maybe I'll finish it off that way. Good luck, David. Good luck. I rolled 10 dice and my lowest numbers are 5s.
But how many 5s?
There's only 3 of them.
Okay. I rolled 4 successes.
So I got 3 more than you.
Yep.
Do you have any 10s?
I have a single 10. I could spend a point of willpower looking for another 10, I suppose.
You might.
Okay, I may as well. I'll spend a point looking for. Oh my god! Okay, I'm gonna have to move my keyboard because one of the dice went underneath it. But I will then, so you can see my hands. I'm gonna move that single dice and nothing more, and then I'm gonna take a picture, because I just rolled the lowest number now being 6s. So that's a pair of 10s. It's statistically unlikely, but everyone can see the fact that my hands have not got anywhere near these things. I'm going to tell a story about these dice. These are the dice of power. These are the first dice I ever bought when I started role-playing. So these dice have been with me for the entire journey. I started role-playing in Legend of Five Rings, where 10s explode. My first ever role-playing game. I had never played before, and these dice got banned on my 3rd session after I exploded the chief one of like the nobles of the, I think it's the Lion Clan. I forget the clans. Basically, I was in a one-on-one duel, and I heroic blowed him so much that he exploded because I got 130 something damage in one hit. So that is 4 successes for the 10s. That is 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So it's 12. It's 12. I get 12 now. And my damage will be +2.
Yeah, there is a blood curdling, wet sound coming from the werewolf's throat. Its right arm dangles, disconnected at the joint from its shoulder as it's tried to wrench away from the arms holding it down. You plough your claws into its chest and its face, hitting it repeatedly. It is still not going down. The beast is now pissed off. It is going to attack you. In one final swoop, it is going to, in its dying breath, deal. Make me a Dex brawl check, please.
Dexterity brawling.
Yep.
Okay. 2 hunger dice.
To anybody who's watching, yeah, I know I'm doing the combat wrong, but this is more fun.
Dramatic. Okay. 2, 3. I'll spend another point of willpower. Okay. That is 5 successes.
The werewolf launches up at you, losing its arm, completely separating bone and sinew from its body, knowing it is about to die. It reaches up, it calls forth the rage from within, and you can see the slathering madness in its eyes as the worm claws at its mind. It launches and it bites down hard, harder than you've ever felt, as it sinks deep into your shoulder again, causing 10 aggravated damage. As it bites down and feels your cold blood drip over its mouth, it slumps to the ground, taking you with it, dead. And I think I just killed Alexi.
Yeah, you would have killed me on without already dealing damage to me.
And ladies and gentlemen, we shall leave it there.
Oh, before we leave it, there is actually something because it will be nice for Fiona. Well, Mariana, sorry.
Oh, she's got a fantastic book she's about to write.
Sorry. In Alexi's pocket, there is a scrap of paper with 2 haikus written on it.
Fuck off! No way!
Fuck
yes.
One is noted. One is called Motivational Poster, and one is called The Woman. And Motivational Poster reads, "She inspires me like fire-inspired man to reach." Oh, sorry, 1 minute. Let me get this right. "She inspires me like fire-inspired man in skies. I fly upon her." And then the woman is Mariana, mine. "Gifted by your own choices, I would live for you."
I mean, they could do a little work, but
I gonna find some fucking Ikato and bring that guy back.
So you have you fall at basically you've probably just basically fallen into torpor. You're not in true death because you've not been staked or burnt in the sun or with fire. So you're in you're in torpor. So you're not technically.
We can
dead.
resurrect you.
Yeah, we can.
We can bring him back. We can make him faster, stronger than before.
Yes.
We've only got $6 million. I'm sure we can make this man stronger.
Yeah, I like the idea that Mariana doesn't realise this, and the other two are like, no, we can bring him back. I'm like, oh, okay, and I put the haikus back in the pocket. There we go. No one needs help.
Yeah, and so there, mainly because I'm just aware of how long we've been playing and what the time is. There is more that I have for this story of where all this kind of came from and things, and so. I think this has been an absolute blast. It has been so much fun playing this.
Thank you, everyone.
Yeah. A very, very different vampire game to a lot of things that I've run before and played in before. And a little bit of a twist there at the end, a little bit of brutality. So yeah. I hope you have all enjoyed, especially Ben and Fiona, your first steps into the rule system, shall we say, not technically the world. And I know, Tom, you know of the world, but whether you've not played in it. So welcome to World of Darkness system. It's on it's on a 6+, not a 4+. Not a 4. I mean an 8+. Rules, numbers. So
thanks for hosting, David. That was awesome.
No worries.
That was really good. Thank you.
Cool. So what we shall do is we shall do our usual round robin wrap up. We started with Fiona last time. We'll start with Ben this time. So Ben, who are you and where can people find you?
So I have been Ben. I've been playing Alexi, as we said. I am found on Twitter and Facebook and all these other places under Watch Aitken on Twitter, which is probably the best place to find me anyway, even though I don't particularly post very much. But you'll see me very commonly posting about games that I'm going to be playing up in. And who am I? I'm a writer for board games and RPGs, and I stream lots and lots of content and hopefully go to conventions. So we'll see if that's happening this year.
Yeah. Cross everything.
Please, sir.
Please don't fuck it all up. Oh no, we are doing Welcome to Monday. But that's for another discussion for another day. This wasn't a political vampire game. Let's move on to the next one in the circle. Yes, I know, Tom, it's very shocking, and it's so weird now. Just I'm looking at the Zoom call and not the OBS thing, so I can now see Tom reacting and things. We'll come back. So we'll now move down to Tom. So, Tom, who are you and where can people find you?
Well, I'm currently trying to invoke the image that I am a bodiless voice from the void and a traveling storyteller. And somehow I find myself playing in your games. And it was
fun
amazing.
They are.
They are very fun. And yeah, actually, I haven't set up my schedule for the next few months. So I can't tell you where I'll be next time. Maybe here, maybe in another place. You can find me on Twitter at Tommer and then the number 2. Or you can find me on the Gehenna Gaming or Carrying Comfort Studios Discords.
Yep. Cool. You quite often do stuff with Onyx Path as well, don't you?
Yeah, that's right.
So,
yeah, I'm also sometimes on the Twitch channel of Onyx Path.
Cool. Next up, I think in the circle, let me check that screen. Yeah, it's Paul, and one of our new players.
You can find me on Twitter at Tattoo Lover Boy, and that's BOI. And game-wise, I am helping out at Fanboy 3, running their monthly Vampire Meet, which is basically a one-shot once a month for anybody who either old players, new players. Which you can always book a place through Facebook or through their website. So either or, yeah. And this has been really great. Thank you, everyone. I really enjoyed it.
So if you come up to Manchester and anyone comes up to visit to Manchester, check out Fanboy 3. It's our big local RPG store.
I work with them a fair bit, actually.
Oh, do you?
Yeah, setting up like discounts on Kickstarter games and stuff.
Cool.
I'm technically meant to be helping with the vampire games that they're running there, but my schedule just means I have no weekends because I will get to why I have no weekends in a bit. Last of the players, we have a permanent fixture of all the games that seem to be on here at the moment. Fiona.
You can't get rid of me. Well, let me tell you, my affirmation for this whole thing, I execute my plan and produce expected results. And that, I think, sums up me for all the games I ever play. So hello, when I'm not playing basically myself, but turned up to 11, I am Fiona. I run the What Am I Rolling podcast, which is a twice-monthly RPG one-shot podcast where we play all sorts of different systems, all different things. We've sometimes had other people on as well. We've done... recently done the new, not new, but new to me, Vert role-playing game, which is so cool. Again, yeah, it's really cool.
Excellent.
Yeah, and also obviously an alternate Manchester and all that sort of thing, and a brilliant use of sci-fi. I'm one of those people who had no idea it existed until maybe about 2 weeks ago, and now I'm completely obsessed.
Vert is amazing.
I know. I feel like I've lost out like 20 years as a result. But yeah, so I've done that, and that should be coming up on this platform soon. I also did Bluebeard's Bride here on this channel with David playing the Virgin and all the other players and stuff, and that was really fun. And yes, I tend to run those sort of games, and they eventually appear on the What Am I Rolling. In case we won't say the game that shall not be named, but the one with the dragons. So in case you like that kind of lore, if you're like, actually vampires, ugh, icky. Dragons though, dragons are cool. I also run the DM's Book Club, which is a weekly book club formatted podcast where we take a topic about Dungeons and Dragons and see how we could improve it and put it into our role-playing games to an extent, whether it's about combat itself or any sort of story ideas, and just generate stuff from there. We've done all those sort of topics. Recently, we've done some world-building ones, and it doesn't have to be generic fantasy. It can be anything. So those are the two main ones I do. And yeah, that's kind of it. I also do lots of improv stuff, which I'm sure if you follow me on any of those sort of things, they get retweeted around. But that's me, and thank you so much for having me tonight, and thank you for letting me be me on all of your performances. Thank you.
I'm just impressed with the amount of stuff you put out with the DM's Book Club. I know you don't read the whole book, but it's just the speed that you put these things out. I'm just like, when do you just sit down and not do anything?
Most days. David!
Cool. Okay, and last but not least, myself. I have been your storyteller this evening. I am David. I am also known as the Drunken Storyteller. A bit of a play on words there because Vampire uses the term storyteller for the game. But also, I am a storyteller. I do have a podcast outside of this called The Drunken Storyteller, where I tell folklore and folk tales from around the world. An episode went up yesterday where I talk about fish and salmons and knowledge and stuff, and I do a bit of a cringe sing-along in that episode. So I apologise or not, I don't know.
No, I think you explicitly said that you're not apologizing.
Oh, so you've listened to it? Yeah, no, if you listen to it, I don't apologise. Screw you all. It was amazing. I enjoyed doing it. I also am part of Darker Days Radio, where we do a lot of horror-themed RPGs, which is mainly based around the World and Darkness and Chronicles of Darkness lines. I'm also part of their Dark Hammer series, where we talk about the Warhammer scene, all three of those universes. Next game that is going to appear on this channel is, I said it at the end of Bluebeard's Bride, but this is something for me which is very, very special. I'm going to be running a game of Vessen. It is happening, finally. If you've listened to the podcast, you know that I've been trying to get a game of Vessen streamed for God knows how long. This game is finally happening, and I have podcast folklore royalty involved. I even have someone who is mildly famous involved. And I am actually going to say these names, and I'm going to hope that nobody pulls out now. So, so I have Icy Sedgwick from Fabulous Folklore with Icy playing. She's absolutely fantastic, a wonderful, wonderful lady, and I am so happy to have her on here. She has never played an RPG before either, so. I have Sian Esther from the Celtic Myths and Legends podcast coming along, and she again is a fantastic storyteller and knows all about the Celtic myths and legends. Is also probably as obsessed with the Mabinogion as I am. She has played an RPG before. And then I also have, and this one is a little bit amazing because mildly famous, I have James Shakeshaft from the Lawmen pod coming on. James is a professional stand-up comedian as well. So I am looking forward to a lot of giggles as we explore the wild depths of Scotland and work out why a weird fishing village is having problems. So that is my next one. My next podcast episode is going to actually be on the Mabinogion as well, so that'll be a quick one for that. Other games that are coming up, I don't think I have anything specifically planned, but I'm also speaking... this is the other thing I'm doing. I forgot about this. Next weekend, next Sunday, I am doing Rural Gothic Cult. I am doing a talk at this where I will be talking about how to use cults in our RPG games. And I intend to, at some point, run a game which will use a cult because of this. And I may even run cult using cults, because who doesn't like... the symmetry of that.
Yeah.
Tom is just doing this whole head explode thing. And I think that's me. I don't think I've got anything else to talk about.
Are you not running something else, like an actual marathon, David?
Oh shit, yes. The whole thing I was meant to say that I didn't. Well, thank you for reminding me. It's
all right.
I actually have something I can actually type up for that one as well, so I'll actually put it in the chat.
Is that why your weekends are so busy?
Yes, this is why my weekends are so busy. So, and this is why I'm not doing the whole vampire thing at Fanboy 3. I am running the London Marathon in October if it goes ahead. If it doesn't go ahead, I'll run it virtually. So at the weekends, I generally train for that. I am raising money for an amazing charity called NOMAN is an Island. These are a HPV and anal cancer awareness charity, and they want to raise awareness about this vile cancer disease. We have a cure. We have a vaccine for HPV. So we can stop 5% of cancers that are caused by HPV worldwide if we just get the awareness out there. So let's get some money raised for this lot, and then you can watch my fat ass run 42 kilometers. Which is going to be horrible. I went for a run last night and it was 25 degrees and I thought it was only going to be about 18, and it was a really bad idea. I did manage 15k though, which was quite impressive.
Hey!
Not bad.
So I've just put it in the chat on the stream, and it will be in the show notes on the YouTube video if you're watching on YouTube, where there's a link to the charity and a link to the Just Giving page. So yeah, I think that's all I'm doing. That I can talk about here. There's other stuff that I'm doing with work, which is happening next week, but that's not this. So that's me. So
we did it! Hooray!
Hooray!
This we!
You died. Shut up.
We all did it.
Cool. I really enjoyed that, and I would love to delve back into this story at some point, maybe in the future.
Please.
And as long as we can have Paul sat there still as his shadow self, as he keeps
Yes!
I shall organise the makeup.
just paint your face black.
Sheet, yes.
No, we can't do that last suggestion, David.
Not that way. So he fades into his background.
Yes. Like Homer Simpson into the hedge. That's
Yes.
what it is, yeah.
Yeah, that kind of way. But yeah, so thank you very much to you wonderful players. Thank you very much to the people who have listened. It has been an absolute ball. And I hope at some point we will jump back into this and find out why the Protectorate has a werewolf. So, goodbye everyone.
Oh.
Goodbye.
Bye!